All right, good morning everybody. Welcome to the Economic Growth Committee of the 24th of April. I'd like to welcome everybody here today and ask for Councillor Fitzgerald to welcome us to this meeting. Oh.
Tēnā koe te tiamana. Koutou katoa nau mai hara mai, whakatau mai, rungi a tātou o te whare, o te kaunihira, kei te mihi, kei te mihi, kei te mihi. Me kariki a tātou, tū taua mai I runga, tū taua mai I raro, tū taua mai I roto, tū taua mai I waho. Kia tau ai te mauri tū, te mauri ora, ki te katoa, haumi e, hui e, tāki e. Madam Chair.
Thank you for that. First off, I'd like to call for apologies. I have apologies from the Deputy Mayor. Is there any other further apologies this morning? No? I'll look to move those apologies and seconded by Councillor Wood. If we can vote on those apologies, please. That's passed, 14 votes for and none against. Right, I'd like to explain that the meeting has been recorded and live streamed in this YouTube channel, and that we have got the health and safety requirements which are shown on the screen here, and a defibrillator is downstairs, and Sina will take us to it if we need a defibrillator. That all participants, if they're online, and I know that Councillor Bowen is online, and she is present there, and that we must keep our cameras on if we are online, and that if we keep our voting devices, and so if we've got any questions, if we could just send those through to the administrator when you're online. When you are speaking online, please make sure that you put your name forward as well. So, going forward, have we got any notification of any additional items? No? So we'll move on to declarations of interest. Has anybody's got any declarations of interest for this agenda? No? Oh, sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Kia ora, thanks, Chair. Where am I? I'm just catching up where things are.
Probably item number 18?
18, yes. Obviously I was involved in that, but I will be probably speaking with the officers as well. And also, my apologies for a little bit of lateness, I will be out from 1:15 till 2 on council business. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Noted. Okay, no other declarations of interest? We'll now move on to public comment. So we have got Chris Morgan, who's going to come forward and speak this morning. Thank you, Chris. Yes.
Appreciate that.
Chris, you've got 3 minutes, so you can speak when you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Hopefully councillors have seen my written response to the report. Some key points for councillors' consideration. The tube location and school holiday time frame of the test, as well as using an 8-day measure with various street use for an entire year, gives inaccurate data. Please remember the high resident numbers supporting the original petition with no opposition. The new extra support from Maris Tennis Club, Netball Manawatu, some hospital staff and Freiburg school teachers with growing support. Other streets that now have judder bars like Manapori Crescent and Seddon Street with similar risks and varying use like Prairie Terrace have, according to spoken with residents, had positive outcomes. Prairie Terrace is a drop-off street for 3 local schools, is the main access for one of the busiest sports parks in the city, and with its 2 main users keen to see judder bars added for the safety of their members. Periri Terrace is has a high volume of children, elderly, park users and vehicles with past and ongoing near miss issues around safety. So everyone involved is supporting that judder bars would be a way to mitigate this risk. And even if that's a temporary judder bar to get a trial result. So thank you for your time, and if there's any questions at this point.
Thank you. We will open up for questions. Has any councillors got any questions for Chris? Councillor Arnott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Chris. Whereabouts was the location of the counting device? Whereabouts in your road was it? Was it?
It was
Neverheen
at
or-
the top end of the street, not far from the entry to the Vordia Park. So it was,
Oh, right.
I believe it was outside number 33, I believe.
Okay, great stuff. Thank you.
The Mayor.
Thank you, Chair. It's probably not for you, Chris, but thank you for bringing this to our attention, and it's probably a little bit of a pity you've come in a couple of times. But could I just ask, what are the next steps?
We've got the report coming, so as soon as we've done the minutes, the report's coming
Okay.
straight. We're going to talk about
Okay.
the report straight away.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chris. Thank you very much for coming forward
Appreciate
again.
everyone's time, thank you.
Great, thank you. So the process is we're just going to discuss our minutes very quickly and then we're going to get straight into the report. So please just sit. Great, thank you for that. Right, I would like to move the presentation, seconded by Councillor Wood. If we could vote on the presentation. That's passed 15 for and none against. Now we'll just quickly move to the minutes, which is on page 7. So I'd like to move the minutes as a true and correct record, seconded by Councillor Wood. Has anybody got anything they'd like to raise about the minutes? Okay, we'll look to vote. Thank you. I did say we'd be quick, Chris. It's passed 15 for and none against. Right, now we'll move to item number 7, which is place. Bryce, you're up in the hot seat.
Kia ora, councillors, and just acknowledging Chris's submission prior to this as well, thank you. Following the submission very quickly that we had in 2023, we conducted some tests on the street, as you'll see in the report, and ultimately we didn't find speeding, and hence the recommendation of no further actions. Probably what I would say is there are some limitations to these kind of tests. You know, whilst we tried to do it over a 8-9 day span that covered some weekends, you're only doing it at one time of year, and acknowledging that it was school holidays, so that could have had a bearing on it as well. You're putting the little tube in a certain place on the street as well. So there is a chance that people might be speeding and then slowing down as they go over the tube and speeding again. So there could be some limitations to what we're doing, but ultimately the fact is still that we walked away from doing the investigations and found no speeding. So happy to take any questions at this stage.
Thank you, Bryce. We've got a number of councillors in the queue ready for you, so we'll start off with Councillor Johnson.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Bryce. Just to take you up on your assertion that there was no evidence of speeding, when I'm looking at the graph that you've got in 3.4, it looks to me as though there were a significant number of vehicles doing between 50 and 60, but as well as that, a small numbers of vehicles doing between 60 and 70, 70 and 80, 80 and 90, and even 90 and 100. Is that a correct reading of the chart?
Yes, correct. When I say there wasn't evidence of speeding, you are 100% correct. There was some. However, it was very minor in comparison to the rest. So I probably should be more clear with my comments.
Okay, so I guess where we're hearing from residents that they're concerned about some speeding vehicles, and the evidence from the tubes is that there are some speeding vehicles, why would we not, what's the argument for not putting in judder bars at this point?
Yeah, it's a good question. Given the numbers were very much in the minority, and yes, acknowledging that there was some speeding and some poor driver behaviour, when we're considering where to be putting judder bars or raised crossings, usually it's where there's evidence of persistent speeding. Maybe there was overwhelming evidence that there was a lot of speeding going on. Crash data is also considered. And none of those signals were sort of coming through other than, as I said, a minority number of speeding incidents. Even if we put in judder bars, would that change that driver behaviour? Well, I don't know. It probably depends on who it was and what they were doing. We have seen evidence in some other streets where you put in judder bars and it does slow the overall speed down, yet there are still some reports of speed racing going on in between the judder bars. So I guess it's another limitation of the options that we could consider.
Okay, so where Chris has come in and suggested that we could even temporarily put down judder bars and then do another measurement, is that an option at this point?
Yes, it is. So perhaps a logical way forward could be to put down those little yellow and black ones, the temporary ones. We could put a couple of them on the street and see if that makes any kind of meaningful difference to the data, and can report that back around whether to do a permanent solution. I would note if we put in permanent speed bumps, it will result in some loss of parking naturally, and typically at 1 to 2 car parks on each side of the road. So if we put 3 on the street, that would be 12 car parks that would be lost potentially down that street. So that's just another consideration.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Councillor Zabellin.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks, Bryce. Just looking at the petition was looking at road safety generally, but we seem to have focused quite heavily on speed management. And I'm wondering, did we take any investigative action into the other safety concerns, like the narrowness of the road with the parking on either sides, the side swiping, near misses, and things like that?
We did give some consideration to that. Obviously, we can only deal with the data we have. So NZTA tends to record crash data. It doesn't necessarily capture all of the near misses. The crashes that had occurred on the street were 3 out of 5, I think, were people backing into parked cars, for instance, so nothing to do with speed. And so that is another restriction, I suppose. We only have that data. We did consider general safety. Naturally, when it's a narrower street, as I think we reflected in the report in 3.7, often narrowing streets is a tool for trying to reduce speed, but it does also create the perception of speed as well, even when they're not. An action could be to yellow line one side of the street, or we could go to those kind of measures, although noting that would also prevent residents parking in the street, workers of the hospital and the likes as well, which I know it is a popular street to be parked in.
Thank you. So So might be right in thinking then that the data, crash data tends to suggest that it's the parking and poor visuals that is a primary safety issue rather than speed.
It's a cluttered street is probably a nice way to put it. There are a lot of cars. I drove down there last week ahead of this report, and it was chocker, both sides of the road. So it is a very cluttered street.
So if, like Councillor Johnson was talking about, if we had some data bars as a temporary measure, and that you said that would reduce or some of the parking, but that might also reduce some of the clutter on that street?
The temporary ones shouldn't reduce any car parking. People can essentially park over them, but they don't last forever. So if we were going to do a permanent solution, then it probably would result in lost car parking. The temporary ones are probably a bit of a no-loss option, I suppose. You don't really have a lot to lose by trying it. The worst case that could come out of it is the data's still the same as it is here and it had no effect, in which case we might still choose to do nothing further.
Right, thank you, that's very helpful.
Councillor Arnott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Bryce. With 35 residents saying there's issues, did you talk to any residents at all?
I did not know.
No, okay, thank you. The location of the speed tube was down near, the far end near Vortier. Why wouldn't you put it in the middle of the long straight, which will probably get faster speeds? Coming to the end of the street, obviously people are slowing down.
I don't know. It's a simple answer to that. Typically, I know there was one part of the submission that came in, talked about a bit of poor driver behaviour at the Vortier Park end as well, and possibly we were trying to reflect that, but I'm not sure of why it was there and not in the middle.
Okay, all right. Okay, that's good, thank you.
Councillor Hancock.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks, Bryce. Yeah, just really picking up sort of on the in the vein of other questions, and particularly Councillor Johnson talked about a percentage of vehicles travelling at above 50 kilometres an hour. So I'm really sort of interested in the width of the road, I guess, when you've actually got high incidence of parking. So what roadway is actually left for vehicles?
So the width of the road is a standard width road. It is to the standard of what we would sign off from a development standpoint. So it meets the standards in that respect. And so the consideration to parking on either side and then the actual carriageway through the middle, it is appropriate for cars to pass. It's not like it's so narrow that it becomes a one-way street, essentially. So it meets the standards. But as I said, it is a cluttered street, and it does create a perception of it being narrower than it probably is.
Yeah, I guess, to pursue that a wee bit, I suppose my thinking is that perhaps the usable roadway, if it is parked both sides of the road, would probably be a little bit less than 6 metres.
Has this been asked and answered? I think we've pursued this.
All right, Madam Chair. So did we do any work around the parking patterns in the street? Do we understand when it is cluttered, as you've put it?
We did an observation of the car parking habits. It's fair to say it's full most of the time. A large number of hospital workers use it pretty much daily. It is exacerbated when there's events on down at Vortier Park, so then any available car parking is also tended to be soaked up by users of the park for netball and the likes. So yeah, it would be fair to say in a summary comment that it's full most days.
Yeah, thank you, Bryce. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. We're going for different questions, Councillor. Councillor Wood.
Different question, Madam Chair. Bryce, you don't seem particularly concerned with 15% of people travelling above the speed limit. So I'd like to understand, in other speed tube tests you've done around the city, is 15% above normal, below normal, or about what you'd expect to see of people travelling above the speed limit?
I don't have a citywide stat for you. I could get that for you. Speaking to our roading engineers, they made a comment to me that it was typical of other streets in Palmerston North, but I wouldn't want to say that definitively without having the stats in front of me.
Right, thank you. And just to understand, do we have a priority list of roads needing safety upgrades? And if so, could an action taken today be to add this road to that list of streets?
Last week I circulated a list of all of the planned raised crossings and intersections. They are the streets that have been identified in the next 3 years as safety upgrades required in terms of creating safer crossings and the likes, and looking to deter some speed. We could add this street to that list. However, I'd probably come back to my comment from earlier that the current stats, or at least the information in front of you here, doesn't necessarily support that compared to those other areas, but perhaps a trial would be a good way forward.
So final question then, in line with those streets, what would you need to see on this street to add it to that list, and what have you seen on other streets that are on that safety priority list that have given you enough concern to add them to that, or given the team enough concern to add them to that?
The percentage of speeding on the other streets is higher than 15% in those areas. They quite often might have higher crash stats as well, and some of those sort of hard metrics. They also tend to be in situations, a number of them are in front of schools, for instance, where there's a high volume of people and children crossing in isolated areas. This street, whilst is a busy street, doesn't necessarily line up with some of those other areas by comparison. But as I said, it is a busy street, and there's nothing stopping it being added.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Finally, Councillor Arnott, different question. Yes?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and sorry for coming back in. Thank you. Since Mr Morgan was here last, Netball Manawatu and Maris Tennis Club being added to the mix, has council had any dealings with them at all? I've spent 7 years going to netball with my daughter down there, and it's a massively busy place, and most of that is netball. The council had a chat with them at all?
Yes, we did.
You did?
They reflected that it was pretty much everything I've said today, really. It was a busy street, there was a lot of car parking, there was a lot of activity on there. They were supportive of measures being taken, but at least in the conversations with officers, they didn't hold a strong opinion either way.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Bryce. You're finished. I'll look to move the recommendation that's in front of us. Seconded by Councillor Meehan. Thank you. We'll go to comment. To start with, this is a report that there's a lot in this report, and I know we've got a lot of comments to make about this report. So I'll open it up for comment, starting off with Councillor Johnson.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I won't be supporting the recommendation, and I'll signal that if it fails, I'll move a recommendation to install temporary judder bars in the street and test the speed after a trial period. I have to say, I think we sometimes make things a bit hard for residents. When a majority of residents in a street come together and tell us that there's a problem, there's a traffic safety problem in their street, and they'd like us to install judder bars. and we get a report back that shows that 15% of vehicles in the street were exceeding the speed limit, and some of them were doing up to 100 kilometres an hour in a residential street. And we acknowledge that it's a busy street, that it's used for parking, that it's a thoroughfare to a busy sports venue. I mean, I just think we'd be letting the residents down if we said no further action at this point. It won't be hugely costly to do temporary jitter bars. It will give the residents an opportunity to see whether that kind of change will affect speed on their street, will make them feel safer. And you know, I'm hearing about the crash data, but I do sort of object to us having to wait for crashes to occur before we can do safety upgrades. You know, if people in the street are telling us, and no one's objecting, then I don't see the harm in at least doing a trial. So I'd encourage you not to support this and to support the alternative. Thank you.
We haven't seen your alternative. Sorry, councillor Arnott's already got an alternative. Sorry.
Sorry, Councillor Arnott signalled in an email that his alternative was to redo the speed testing. His alternative wasn't to put in temporary jitter bars. So that's why I'm putting forward to put in temporary jitter bars, and the Mayor has offered to second it. If you'd like me to write it out, I'm happy to do that. Would you like me to write it out, Madam Chair?
Thank you. Can I just take a pause for a minute? So we're going to withdraw this recommendation. Thanks. I told him it was going to fail. I'll tell you later. It's up to you. And what about all the others? Well, we'll take this one first. Councillor Johnson, would you like to re-speak to this now, or do you think you've had enough? I'm happy for you to. I'm happy for you to speak to it. She's back in there.
It was a strong hint there, Madam Chair, but as you know, I've never
We've got a long day today, a long day.
No, look, I understand. I understand where Councillor Arnott was coming from with his alternative around retesting the speeds. And I think we probably all feel a bit uncomfortable at the speed testing. But to me, that's neither here nor there. To me, the answer to this is to do the temporary install. The officers have agreed it wouldn't be a big ask. And let's see if it provides the solution that the residents are looking for. So that's why I've proposed this as opposed to any other solution. It just seems to me like a pragmatic response.
Okay, now, people wanting to speak to this recommendation? Yep, okay, the Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Look, Councillor Johnson said it really well. In fact, I wrote it down. This is a pragmatic approach, supporting the residents. Look, I think it's and I appreciate the officers have done a bit of work, but the street transitions during the day. It's a busy street with parking and access to a major sports facility of the cities, but at night it actually is a racetrack. So I think we just support. We have a look at what comes back from these temporary measures, and then make a firmer decision. But I think we've got to try and support the residents here, and I apologise that they've had to come back a couple of times to get some action. So I think this is pragmatic, and I hope you'll support it. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak to this recommendation? Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, good to be back after a little sojourn. A couple things. It is good to see petitions actually wrap around and come back into council chamber. I, like others, was quite underwhelmed by the fact that the report noted speeding up to those kind of levels and recommended no action. So I'm very appreciative to Councillor Johnson and to the Mayor for bringing us this. And I would hope that not only this is strongly supported at the table, but that this sets a precedent whereby we don't have to do this every single time. We're now at 9:30, it'll be an hour of council time before we've sorted this out, I'm sure. It would have been far easier to have done this before it had to come back here, and we could have had a simple report that said, job done.
Councillor Hancock.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. I suppose I just really want to reiterate, I guess, the direction of my questioning earlier on was really around sort of the complexity of the usage of this particular road. And I felt that the original recommendation really ignored the complexity of that usage because speed is not the sole determinant of whether a roadway is unsafe for residents and users. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor Dennison.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just, I'm happy to support the, actually both recommendations. I won't need to speak if there's one for re-monitoring speed. Just to highlight that I think there's some, with the data, it's concerning understanding that the measure was at the end of the street before we turned into the park, which is, if it was in the midpoint, I'm wondering what the speed data would show. And the other observation that's noted in 3.2, that it was only an 8-day period, which only included one weekend. And I'm wondering if the residents' use is moderated the actual effect of how much speed happens in the weekend, and so a longer period and covering many weekends would have been preferable in my view. So therefore I'm happy to support all these other initiatives. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And finally, Councillor Zabellin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, likewise, I am appreciative of the work that's been done, but it feels more like a start than an end point. And I don't feel that we've done everything that we can to fully respond to a safety concern that's been raised by residents. I would absolutely prefer that we give it a decent shot at getting better outcomes rather than just doing nothing or keeping the status quo, especially noticing the officer has called this a no-loss option. But also just, I feel that we should, as Councillor Hancock mentioned, think of the complexity of that street environment and not get fixated on speed. There are other elements at play that would be good to take into account.
Right, we'll look to vote. Thanks, everyone. That's passed 15 for and none against. So, thank you, Chris. Okay, we're now moving on to item number 8, which is the airport. Sorry, Cedar. I was going to squeeze you in, but we didn't get time to squeeze you in. So, we welcome the airport. And if you would like to introduce your visitors, that would be wonderful. Murray, would you like to introduce your visitors? You have to push your little red button on at the front. That's your microphone, then you can introduce everybody over there.
Oh, Scott. There we are. I think I need an 8-year-old. That would help me. Thank you, Madam Chair. And good morning to you, to Your Worship the Mayor, to councillors. We do have two of our board members here today, Shelley Mitchell-Jenkins and Sarah Everton. And we also, of course, have management here, David Lanham, our CEO. We've got Jonathan Baker and Mark Lash. And in all of these occasions, it's a great opportunity for as many of our board and management to understand the needs, the directions and the support of our shareholders, hence our attendance here today.
Madam Chair, just introduce the reports for a second. We've got two reports, of course. The first one, the interim report for the first 6 months of the year. Mine's just a very brief report, but it's just summarising what is provided in the report from the board. So I think it's appropriate for them to make a presentation to us. Yeah.
You're best just to leave that on, yeah. I don't know why it's not going on. She has to see it up again, but she changed it. Let's go again. Wait, just push that. There we go.
Okay. Thank you. Look, Mr. Patterson's report to this committee captures all of the notable aspects of the first 6 months for Palmerston North Airport Limited. So all I want to do is emphasise just a couple of points. Firstly, we've had 6 months of fully compliant operating environment. It is, as you're aware, quite a significant regulatory environment that we operate in, so it's always important that we're fully compliant there. We have had increased patronage across that 6-month period. There's been quite a number of improvements to the customer experience. We're very pleased about all of these things that have been happening. We've spent quite a considerable time on planning for the future, and I must say, and it's very important to us, that all of our operations and our financial aspects for the business, we've been very strongly supported by Air New Zealand, who of course is our major customer. I'll now pass you on to David Lanham, our CEO, who's going to take you through the presentation.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Mayor Smith, councillors. So some of the key highlights are up on the screen now. First and foremost, zero lost time injuries, a key metric of ours, along with maintaining our Part 139 certification with CAA. Net Promoter Score has snuck onto the wrong tick, but in terms of customer satisfaction, we achieved a 3% result, just a little bit below our 45 target. Team engagement sitting at 78%, which is very pleasing, with our response to our annual survey improving on last year. And as some of you may have noticed, our stage 1 of our pick-up drop-off shelters have been opened in the car park, and that includes a bike zone, undercover bike zone. And very pleasing to achieve ACA level 4, and I'll talk a bit more about that in the later presentation. And really, I guess it was scene setting, getting ready for the big expansion push that's coming, with debt reducing by 2.7 million. Quite a cyclical flow there of passengers over the last 3 years. We do, of course, see seasonality across the months, so those low months typically are January, February. The black ones are the current financial year. But generally what we're seeing is while we're improving on last year, the growth just isn't appearing that we thought would appear. And again, later in the F25 SOI discussion, we'll talk more about that. In terms of the second half of the year, it's pleasing to note that we have managed to get some of that runway maintenance work done that's been quite weather dependent. We've got one more crack, I think, at getting some last of that cess down in the next couple of weeks. We continue to work at pace with Wade and the team in regards to airport drive vesting, and we still remain hopeful that that can be achieved in the current financial year. We are looking forward very much to implementing car park licence plate recognition before the end of the financial year. So that'll mean a windows up experience for people using our car parks. And many of you will know what it's like when you put your window down to get a ticket. So that'll all be behind us. Qualmark Gold recertification, we achieved that, or we're going to achieve that, sorry. And we've got our CAA 5-yearly audit coming up in May. So that's quite a big event for us, for our safety team especially, as they prepare for that. We continue to progress designs for our warehouse within Zone D, which I'll talk a bit more about later. And of course, as you're all aware, terminal development plans are progressing. In terms of passenger volumes, again, we're not quite seeing the growth that we thought. We think we might get to 550,000 this year, but it's been a slow grind. Net profit, though, relatively strong at 1.63 million. And that includes, as you'll see there, the write-off of Airport Drive associated with the vesting of the road and underground infrastructure. And CapEx spend of around 7.2 million versus the SOI of 22.5. And that really relates to not getting into the warehouses and the TDP as quickly as we wanted. And dividend in line with the statement of expectation, essentially 10% of net profit after tax. Thank you, Madam Chair. Did you want to? Yes, Steve?
So, Steve, so questions? So questions on this first document, which is document 7. Have we got any questions on this document? Councillor Johnson.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Murray and David. Just one question from me. You know, this week, Air New Zealand announced increases to domestic fares. Is it too soon for you to be able to predict how that might affect passenger numbers?
It's a good question. We have detuned F25 numbers.
Oh, yeah.
You turn that one off.
Sorry. It's not on here.
Oh, sorry. It's of course it's not exact science, but we have detuned our F25, F26 and F27 numbers on the basis that we continue to see suppressed demand.
Okay, so the figures that we're looking at going forward take that into account?
They're slightly overinflated in the SOI document you're seeing. It's a draft SOI, but the final SOI we're bringing back slightly. So, for example, I think F27, the final year of the SOI, we're looking at 575,000 passengers, not the 599 odd that we had put in the draft SOI.
Okay, thank you.
Just leave the button on.
Yeah.
Okay, Amir.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Murray, David, and the rest of the team here, and good to see Shelley and Sarah as directors here as well. So just in your commentary here, it says that because of Air New Zealand having issues around their A320 fleet, it has consequences for regional routes. How does a jet operation affect a predominantly turboprop regional routes?
Good question. Essentially, they are putting ATRs onto some routes that were previously jet, so Wellington, Christchurch, and that means less ATRs for the rest of us.
Right, okay. So I was at a conference yesterday and all the airport companies were there, all the big ones, and they were signalling what you're sort of signalling, but they did say it was more of a capacity thing, like load factors are still 85% upwards. Is that correct?
Absolutely, 85 to 90% are the load factors. It is capacity, but we predict with the fares, even with the increases of the last day, that's going to start to hit us around the fringes in terms of those passengers that are, you know, more price sensitive than others.
Okay. And just on the on your half year, and admittedly this is 4 months old, so but you know you've produced a 2.9 half year net result before tax of 2.9 million. Yet you're going to come out with a full year of 1.63. Is there a whole heap of stuff coming, or is happening, that's going to affect that bottom line? Because I mean, you would normally think if that's half year, you might produce even with a bit of rocky stuff, you might produce a dividend of 3.5, 4 million.
It's essentially the runway maintenance work that we couldn't get done in the first half.
So it's a timing thing.
It's a timing thing, yeah.
Right. Okay. All right. Good. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Councillor Dennison.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the presentation that we had, we talked about the a figure around what would push you over your ratio of. Can you please confirm what that figure was that you had as that would push us over that matrix?
It's in the next presentation, councillor. If we'd like to leave it then. Yep.
Item 9.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. So that makes no further questions. So we will look to move the recommendation for item 8. So if you guys just stay where you are. So looking to move that recommendation. That the committee receive the interim report and financial statements of Palms North Airport Limited for the period of 31st of December 2023, presented to the Economic Growth Committee on the 24th of April 24, moved by myself, and Councillor Wood will second that one. Thank you. Looking for any comments? The Mayor.
Madam Chair. Look, can I just acknowledge the airport, actually an outstanding, I know it's timing, but a really great financial half year, but you've signalled that things are coming and there's obviously more expenditure around maintenance, and I think that's really, really important. It's good to get things nice and tidy before you enter to what is probably your busiest capital program in a generation. So just coming back from a conference, a World Tourism Conference in Wellington, where Wellington, Auckland and Christchurch airports were there, and they were commenting about competition is very healthy, and with the 5 Chinese airlines flying now to Auckland and Christchurch, and the competition that is possibly coming from Australia as well. It'll be great for something to happen in this part of the world as well. It might speed things up and might lower prices for travellers as well. But thank you for your work to date, and look forward to the next item around the SOI. Thank you.
I just want to finish this with, it's good to see that you've been vesting the road back to the council, so thank you for that payment, and also good to see your board members here, so welcome and thank you for that. So we'll look to vote. And that's passed 15 votes for and none against. We'll now move to item number 9, which is on page 35.
Madam Chair, councillors, just brief introduction again, and before the Airport board and management make their presentation. You all know the regime really of a statement of intent. We've provided the company with a statement of expectations before Christmas. They're working toward that as sort of the framework within which they're preparing their statement. I've summarised the key points as I see them in my report, but they'll be covered, I'm sure, through their presentation. And once they've made the presentation, I'll see whether there's anything more I need to say after that.
Thank you, Steve. Right, Murray?
Once again, Mr. Patterson's provided us with a very full and fair, I think, report, something to digest, but I do want to focus on a few aspects to our presentation. The first being that our priorities remain exactly as they have been. Our first priority is on our airside infrastructure, and our second on the, if I could call it the land side, our customer experience, basically from park to plane. And our third responsibility or priority is on the commercial opportunities that arise or we have in front of us. So you'll find that a view of the future is very much driven by those priorities. Clearly, the shareholders' statement of expectation also provides us with the views of the shareholders, and I believe our SOI fulfills all of those intentions and preferences into the next few years. We have acknowledged in our SOI that there are some opportunities that exist in our commercial field, but they're larger than we can in fact take advantage of. There are more opportunities than we can take advantage of given our current funding, capital. So we will be spending some time over the next short term and into the medium term, look at what potential partners or structure would be necessary to capitalise on those opportunities. Anything that requires additional capital or partnership or arrangements like that will necessarily require shareholder approval. So please don't be thinking we'll be doing anything that doesn't satisfy the needs of the shareholders. But we would need that support from others to enable us to take advantage of the additional opportunities that are there. I do want to again stress the support that we've received from Air New Zealand, and that's come across not only in their view of the future, but in their funding of our landing fees as they are now. So they are supportive of our expenditure on new terminal development as well. We've got a competent team to deliver what's in our statement of intent, and I believe that the two things that would summarise our statement of intent, firstly, it's progressive. It looks at the needs of the future. It goes across all the activities and all the parties, including the shareholders, and it's balanced. It has taken what we believe to be a fair and responsible approach to the opportunities that are there, knowing that there could be others, but we will only take advantage of those if we can gain additional partners or different structures to achieve those. And the last thing, of course, is that no shareholder capital support is required across that 3-year period. Thank you.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Murray. Okay, well, it goes without saying that the biggest activity that will be featuring in our work in the next 3 years is the Terminal Development Plan, or TDP as we call it. Sorry.
It's not working. The slides aren't working.
Yeah, right here.
Okay, so as many of you may be aware, LT McGuinness, a Wellington-based construction firm, have been appointed on an early contractor involvement basis to the TDP project. So they're working hard with us right now, along with the architects and the QS, to ensure that we can get a quality construction program and achieve, or at least not exceed our budget of 40 million for this project. At the end of ECI, depending on how well LTs operate, and depending on their bid for the fixed price development of the project, we will continue with them, or we may elect to go back to tender. But at this point in time, we're very comfortable with LT's approach. They're a high quality outfit and very pleasing activity to date. We're really keen to see local subcontractors involved in this project, and they will be. Clearly LTs are Wellington based, as I said, but they'll need subcontractors that are located in this region, and so we're very focused on that as an outcome. Safety, of course, sits as a foundation to everything we do, so ECI is also very much about ensuring that our workplace and the construction site is safe for construction workers and all airport users. And you'll also be aware that Chris Dyberg is sitting on the governance committee for the terminal project and keeping us on the straight and narrow. That's an older picture. This picture here shows our current terminal, and if you look at the right-hand end, which is the whiter area, that's essentially the area of the terminal that we'll be operating from for the first year of construction. So the beigey yellowy coloured area will be demolished, and then there's a blue buffer zone, and then the white area again is where we'll operate. So essentially it's half of the baggage reclaim area that we have today, along with the corridors around the regional lounge and the valet shed. So around 2,000 square metres, excuse me, versus 4,400 square metres that we have today. So clearly it's a challenge for us, and hence why we're at the table with LTs right now about ensuring that the experience is as good as it can be. Communications is clearly a big part of this project. We recognise that our airport is a community asset, of course. We all have a stake in it, we all have our views on it, and we've got to make sure that we do a good job in communicating what's going on to all airport users. We're fortunate to have engaged Lizzie's team at Little and Loud to help us with our communications. And we've got some key focuses, of course, on community engagement, bringing our community along with us on the journey, listening to what our community is saying about what we're doing. It's about getting the message right. It's about no surprises, but equally at the bottom there, it's about leveraging the partnerships that we have with yourselves, with our iwi friends and our airlines to make sure that everyone's aware of what's going on. I'll just flick back to this slide. This is the brand that we have developed using CME locally, which talks to a range of things. It talks about a green future, although it is a jet, it talks to a green future, blue skies, and it also talks to our corporate colours. So you'll see that brand associated with the communications that come out in the future. In terms of the timeline, to be fair, we are behind where we thought we'd be. We're now looking at a completion in late September 26. Still a 2-year build, but commencement of demolition in around August, September of this year. Again, LTs are at the table. That timeline could move, could improve. As well as the TDP, we are, of course, undertaking a couple of commercial development opportunities that Murray talked about earlier. The biggest of that is a warehouse development in Zone D, and also a refurbishment of a hangar that we have. I might just jump to those, sorry, got myself around the wrong way. So the 6,000 square metre warehouse is being built in Zone D. That's 3,000 square metre warehouses. This will be the first new development of a warehouse at the airport for around 20 years and really signals our commitment to Te Utanganui. That this will be a warehouse that's used for freight and logistics with an element of airside activity as well. I jump back to the other slide. So we'll be spending around $6 million on further pavement upgrades airside That's some stand upgrades and some taxiway upgrades. And also we'll be continuing to invest in our landside areas, particularly in the car park and the loop road, and you'll see more covered walkways throughout the car park. As I mentioned earlier, this hangar will be upgraded. We're currently working with a community organisation in terms of lease terms for occupying that facility. Murray mentioned there's a range of other projects that we are not progressing with due to funding shortfalls, and I'll talk briefly about a couple of those. I'll talk about the short to medium term development opportunities that sit at around $12 million. These include, for example, a new rental car precinct, which is located on the, I guess if you call it the residential side of Airport Drive, a medical precinct, retail and solar and motels. So these are activities that we have plans for, but again, we're not proceeding with due to the funding issues. You'll see the first point there, which talks to the fact that within Ruapehu Aero Park, which is a 30-hectare business park, we estimate there's an opportunity of around $350 million of investment. Clearly well beyond our means at this point, but just flagging if we were to fully develop our Aero Park, that's the funds that would be required. So what are we doing about looking at funding opportunities, particularly for the short term? We're looking at a range of solutions, whether that may include refreshed banking arrangements through our trading bank relationship, or indeed via council and into LGFA funding. We're considering subsidiaries, divestment of non-strategic land, and a share issuance at the P&AL level. Those funding activities could mean we could either reduce debt or we could increase our debt capacity. It could mean that we can accelerate our investment in Ruapehu Aero Park. And importantly, it could mean that we could fund that immediate 12 million of activity that we have planned. If I move now on to sustainability, earlier this week, Haerenga opened at 3 sites within the North Island, being Wiri, I think Te Rapa and also Palmerston North. So we're very fortunate to be on the Haerenga network, the first cab off the rank, if you like, on their network. And so they're now essentially pumping hydrogen. We achieved ACA level 4, as I talked about earlier. So one of only 24 airports worldwide that have achieved level 4. Essentially that was a result of us reducing further our scope 1 and 2 emissions and the engagement that we've shown with Haerenga and our cafe in the terminal. But it's fair to say, as many of you will know in the room, that scope 1 and 2 emissions of an airport are really a drop in the ocean compared to the scope 3 emissions that come out of airport operations, due to the fact that you've got aircraft with very high emissions. So we estimate that something like 99.7% of the scope 3 emissions are essentially third-party emissions, and that's where our focus has to be in the future. Our 1 and 2 emissions are small and declining rapidly. So really to get to level 5 is going to mean greater work with the likes of Haerenga, greater work with Air New Zealand, looking closely at our future infrastructure requirements for green energy. That's where the prize will sit. Okay. Again, safety and compliance is the foundation for everything we do. Without it, we're nothing. So we will continue to maintain our zero harm approach. We're pleased to say that we achieved an operating and effective certification for our SMS system a month ago. As I mentioned, our 5-yearly Part 139 CAA audit happens in May, so that's a big piece of work for us. PFAS management continues. You're aware of the historical PFAS contamination from back in the 70s and 80s. We continue to manage that, and it is becoming more of an issue for us as we commence earthworks for long-stay car park extension and for the terminal development, but we've focused on obviously doing the right thing there. The seismic upgrades will, of course, happen as a result of the terminal redevelopment. Our team engagement and wellbeing, I talked to that earlier, it's at very pleasing levels and we'll continue to invest in our team. And just recently we've received our first ground noise emission monitoring report, which shows that we are compliant with district plan requirements around ground noise. Okay, in terms of the financial outlook, I mentioned earlier that these passenger numbers are likely to come down in the final view of the SOI. So rather than just touching 600,000 passengers by F27, we're now thinking we might get to about 575, and that reflects our thinking around suppression of demand, those capacity constraints that Mayor Smith mentioned, etc. How does that look in terms of the financials? Aeronautical income continues to increase, and you're probably surprised at that given what I'm saying about passenger numbers, but we have managed to achieve good pricing outcomes with Air New Zealand, who are the primary driver of that number. And as I think as Murray mentioned, part of that's to do with the cost recovery associated with the existing terminal and also the new terminal. We've got a breakdown there for you of aeronautical versus other income. So you'll see that we also grow our other income. So that's really on the back of those warehouses coming online and us starting to achieve some good lease income returns from them. So total income climbing from around 15.5 to 21 million by year 3 of the SOI. Extraordinary items in there, I think, are in relation to the write-off of the current terminal over the 2 years of the build. But if you look at the highlighted EBITDA line, I guess that's a key metric for us. Very healthy, growing from 7.4 million to close to 12 million, even under that suppressed, or even with the suppressed demand. We think we can still get up close to that number. Key points to note on F25, net profit after tax, there's a loss, and that's primarily due to the write-off of Airport Drive. But then we recover into healthy profits and equally healthy dividends, shown there at 40% of net profit after tax. What have we got here? In terms of our metrics, obviously the debt levels, that top line, it does get to historical highs for us at 64 million. But you'll see that the key debt covenant for us is the one in green, showing that our interest cover ratio remains above that 2.5 level all through the SOI period. We've put in a slide here to show what it looks like through to F34. You'll see that net profit after tax becomes quite healthy at 3.9 million by year 10 essentially, and debt is starting to drop back. And you'll see that our interest cover ratio and also our long-term metrics start to return, or particularly the long-term metrics start to return to where we need them to be, while our interest cover ratio, our key covenant, remains healthy throughout the 10-year period. And then I think, yeah, Jonathan's put in a good graph to show you. So net profit after tax is the blue bar. You'll see it's healthy there, sitting above 3 million through most years. Orange is the debt, and you'll see there that it starts to come back in the last 2 years of the 10-year outlook. And dividends quite healthy there, sitting at around the 1.5 million mark throughout the period. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Before we go into questions, I just want to welcome the Youth Council. Thank you for coming today. Nice to see you. You ready to take questions? Great. My first question is, there was 2.4 million of disposal. Was that to do with disposal of the terminal?
Right. The majority of that is Airport Drive. Its current book value is about 2.1 million.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to the rest of the questions. Thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks for the report. I just wondered if you had a goal around what percentage of your income you would be hoping to get from alternative investments other than, your air side income, because it's predicted to be around 80% by the end of financial year 27. So have you got a goal in mind for that?
Good question. 30 to 40% would be ideal. So that's aspirational, clearly, given the way we've set this SOI and the 10-year look, which doesn't consider any more non-aeronautical after the 3-year SOI.
Okay, so that's the underlying motivation for the comments you made around needing to continue to find capital to increase the diversification.
Correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Dennison.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Same question I asked in the previous report, just to get clarity on that figure that we inquired when you presented at the airport. Can you just highlight what that dollar figure would be to take it over that matrix?
Sure. So point 3 on this slide, bullet point 3, shows that our interest cover covenant, again, is the key ratio. It needs to stay above 2.5. So Jonathan's done some work to show that interest could increase by around 8% over current levels, or 720,000, and still achieve the 2.5. Or another way to look at it, EBITDA, we have a headroom of about 1.8 million. So we could decrease revenue by 10% and still manage to hit that 2.5.
Okay, fantastic. And the timing of the valuation for the airport company, can I understand enough of the timeline that we'd expect to have that outcome known?
So these are commercial valuations. So we operate in a 3-yearly cycle for everything except for investment property, which is done annually. So we will be doing for 30 June an annual revaluation of our investment properties. The remainder are on year 2 of the year 3 cycle. So we wouldn't normally do a revaluation this year unless there's a material movement, in which case we will book it. So we're doing the work at the moment to assess if there's been a material movement to look at booking.
Okay, and sorry, inquiring in regards to looking at the expanding shareholding possibility, is that still in the same line, or is that the Northern report?
Sorry, yes, different topic. That work's ongoing at the moment. So yes, we've engaged a third party to undertake a valuation of us to see what that value would look like. We've seen some very draft numbers a couple of weeks ago. They're working through their final report, so it's not too far away before we should see some final numbers coming out of them.
By the end of the financial year, or by?
We should have something confirmed from them by then, yes.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Councillor Zabellin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you all. I have a couple of questions. One is about the suppression of regional routes from Air New Zealand. Do we have any idea of how long we can anticipate that would extend for? What time period?
No, it's really to do with the Pratt & Whitney engine issues that they have. We're assuming it's throughout the SOI period.
And possibly beyond?
Possibly beyond, yes.
Great, thank you. And my other question is about the Scope 3 emissions that you referred to being largely third-party emissions. And so what is your scope to substantially influence that downwards if they are predominantly third-party?
It's going to be around the infrastructure associated with green energy, primarily. It'll be around working with Hyringer. Those are the key two drivers. We are looking at solar as an opportunity, which would also help.
Great, thank you. That's helpful.
Councillor Naylor.
Thank you. You spoke in your presentation about your inability to invest in Ruapehu Aero Park, and I'm just wondering, given I understand that would be perhaps limiting your ability to invest into revenue diversification. Given that constraint, have you considered any of the other capital spend that is included in this draft statement of intent, such as the 4.9 million into additional covered walkways, etc., or any of the airside improvements? Have you considered reducing any of that in order to be able to invest into the other revenue diversification projects?
Yes, we continually look at the prioritisation of that capital expenditure. Going into the next number of years, we've got capital expenditure on our runway, which is our highest priority. It has to be. That's our airside asset, our infrastructure. We then look to other aspects, and I suppose the one that you could start to question would be, what about some of those improvements, such as the covered walkways versus a commercial operation? We also believe that it's very important that our customer experience is at the forefront of our thinking. The car parking area gets an unfair amount of conversation, I think, about what it's like and so on. But it's certainly been well appreciated, the pick-up, drop-off area, the covered walkway, and there's certainly a lot of appetite for more of that. So if we're looking at that, we say that is the investment we'll make into our customer experience, and it will be at the expense, yes, of another commercial development.
Okay, thank you. Just moving to page 40 in bullet point 6.3, it took the last sentence there, it talks about P&AL's assessment and its ability to service the debt. And then it says there are many assumptions involved and there are potential risks. I'm just wondering if you could summarise those risks.
I'm not with us at the moment. Yeah, got that. Okay.
You see where I'm talking? 6.3 in the officer's report.
Oh, yes, I do. Yes, as we look forward 3 years, we do make various assumptions. We make assumptions about such things as interest rates into the future. If they were to marginally increase, then it's a small risk. If there was a significant increase, that would place much more cost on the company and clearly would be a much bigger risk. There are other risks that we make, such as the continuation of the Air New Zealand route service as it is now. We know that there is demand that hasn't yet got to where we've had it in the past, and that's a key factor. We also look at the pandemic of 4 years ago now, fortunately, but what that did. So we make assumptions around what we believe to be good, sound judgment with balanced risk. But if any of those things were to go horribly awry, then yes, there's a risk to the organisation.
Okay, thank you. And just final question, Madam Chair, if that's right. Just looking at page 38, bullet once again in the officer's report, 5.1 and 5.2. 5.1 describes the council's expectations around the dividend policy, and then 5.2 describes P&L's position or response to that. Do you think that is aligned? P&L's, it's got the list there at the top of page.
So what's the question,
39.
Councillor?
The question is P&L's response to that aligned with council's expectations that are outlined there?
We believe they are. Council's expectations are quite clear, in fact down to percentages, to say what the future share dividend would be expected, and we have said that, well, as you can see, we've put that into our projections into the future. There is, of course, the one statement in there that says that we might have to borrow to make some of those payments. Now, that doesn't apply in the first year because this financial year, from our surplus, we are saying we would make a dividend payment. It comes out of what we call free cash flow. So this year we have a positive cash flow. So we would not be borrowing for that. Next year, the financial result is forecast to be a negative because of the write-off of the terminal. So no dividend is forecast there. It's in the third year where we say if we return to a 40% dividend, and we believe we will be generating a surplus after tax, so therefore we will be likely to pay 800,000+ in dividend, that would have to come from debt. Of course, those figures will be in front of you again next year and the year after, because every year you look at the SOI and you may wish to have a different view of them. At this point, we've recognised the shareholders' expectations. We've said that it can be achieved. We don't breach any of those covenants, and therefore we can deliver a dividend, even if it does require us to borrow that in years 3, and it would be year 4 of our SOI if it went out that far.
Thank you. Just final follow-up question. So in the second year where there is a loss, planned loss,
Yes.
After tax, if the performance is better than expected, and there isn't a loss, say it was a small surplus, would that then change? Is the dividend on the actual outcome, or is it on the budget?
It's on the outcome, so we would expect change then.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor McLeod.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just coming back to the dividend payments, and I've noted in the report 5.6, page 38, where you say that the matters highlighted by P&L raises the issue of whether it is or isn't appropriate for the council to expect dividends at a time when cash flow or outgoings for essential development effectively mean that P&L is being required to borrow to fund dividend payment. And I noted that for years 3 and 4, that you will be required to sort of borrow to fund dividends. So
This has
my
been
question-
asked and answered, Councillor.
No, my question is probably to the officers to probably give me an understanding around this. Is it common for CCOs to fund dividends from additional debt or funding?
Steve's going to answer this.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Yes. Look, I haven't studied what other CCOs have done, trading CCOs in terms of their the way they're doing that. I guess they would all be structured slightly differently, I think, in terms of the makeup of their cash flows and what they would end up, the expectations of the shareholder, I suppose. So, I mean, I haven't done any research to know quite what others do in that respect.
Okay. Is that all right, Councillor?
I'll leave it there.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Arnott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, gentlemen. The hangar that needs upgrading and strengthening, is that the old HeliPro, is it? Yeah. What sort of age is that?
20 years.
Right, okay, thank you.
Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, gentlemen. A few questions, some of those firstly to the airport. The new terminal, can you tell us a bit about the design brief there, and especially around any green building standards or other things that came into that design brief?
We're very much looking for opportunities to achieve green building standards. It's part of the ECI engagement with LT McGuinness. I don't have any specifics for you yet, Councillor, I'm afraid, but it is very much at the forefront of the thinking in the design.
So what, if any, assurance does the community have that that will achieve a green building standard?
Well, I couldn't offer you an assurance at this point, but we're reviewing the different options that are being put to us. There's obviously cost implications on some aspects of the design, but it's still too early for me to understand what those trade-offs are.
And can I understand where the board's at in terms of interfacing around the design brief and expectations around green building standards?
We haven't been as specific to say that it must meet those standards. We've said that we want to be as environmentally responsible as possible. We have not set that standard.
And how does the capital cost of the build interface with the ongoing operating costs? Because, as I understand some of the green building options, you end up with an escalated capital cost, but a dividend payback over the time. Probably shouldn't use the word dividend here. You end up with a payback over time through more operating efficiencies.
Certainly, we're very keen to continue to explore that. What is the extra cost if there is a payback in terms of lower operating costs? We are factoring, of course, a number of other aspects that we've learnt from visits to Nelson and other airports about their air management flow, their heating and so on, and whether or not solar can also support that. So we're taking on board, I suppose, the lessons from other airport operators to help us with our decisions.
Great, thank you both. Moving on to the discussion around Scope 3 emissions. What, if any, consideration was given to engaging with an airline at this stage around that Scope 3 emission conversation?
You might recall that we were heavily involved in the RFP around next generation aircraft. So Air New Zealand elected to go with Wellington Airport and Blenheim Airport for that first stage or step into electric aircraft reviews. But we're very much, Air New Zealand are very aware that we're ready to engage when they're ready.
Thanks. I guess I'm just thinking about the opportunity that the carbon accreditation scheme gives the airport company to lean in and lead on some of that. And you've made a selection around a cafe, which has probably got 0.01% of all those emissions. And you have stepped away from engaging with the entities that have the 99% of those emissions. And I'm just trying to understand what the rationale is.
Yeah, I guess we know that within our terminal, the cafes are a relatively large emitter. We're focusing on infrastructure for next generation aircraft at this stage. As I mentioned earlier, the Haeringa opportunity is significant. The solar opportunity with Haeringa is significant. But I'm sure you appreciate, Councillor, that we're a very small operator and we don't have a lot of leverage with Air New Zealand. We put our best foot forward in terms of our bid. We weren't selected. And so we've told them, though, as I said, that we're on the fringes, we're waiting and ready to engage. But equally, we are talking to other airports about what we could do possibly with other similar projects to what Air New Zealand's looking at. But I'm sure you appreciate we don't have a lot of leverage with Air New Zealand like, say, the larger airports do.
I appreciate that. Finally, Madam Chair, and this may be to you, Steve, just interested around financial returns to council. And I'm using that phrase rather than dividends. And I'm just interested what kind of optionality there is for us as a council to achieve financial returns. I'm thinking things like linking the financial return to revenue rather than profit. I'm thinking about things like having a bottom line floor in the dividend so that there's at least some certainty to the community of a financial return year on year and we don't end up in cases of engineered no dividends.
I think the way the dividend policy is expressed is most common in terms of looking at the bottom line. And of course, the company itself would always be required to be aware of its bottom line before declaring any sort of dividend in terms of their solvency tests and the like. So I don't think it would be that common. I'm not aware of any circumstances where a profit would be related to, say, the revenue streams, particularly.
And
so
the fact that
certainly the council needs to be thinking about the return to the community and how best to achieve that. And so the ongoing discussions we have about how best to structure the company in the most efficient ways of doing that are the things that I think bring the most likely overall benefits to the council and the company as a group.
And establishing a minimum dividend, say $500,000 a year as a floor. Is there any precedent around that kind of situation, or is it even possible?
Well, it wouldn't be impossible, I guess, within the constraints of the test against what the actual bottom line was in the end, and whether it was a prudent decision of the directors to declare a dividend at that level.
Thanks for those answers, Madam Chair. I'll leave it there.
Thank you. Finally, Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, team. Just a question. Given your commentary around the limited ability to realise the opportunities of the Aero Park over the next decade, and given that coincides with Te Tanganui coming online and increased demand for industrial land, has the board reconsidered their approach that all development must be build and lease, and reconsidered whether or not the sale of some freehold packages could be a part of your planning over the next 10 years?
Sorry, Councillor, I didn't understand it.
Have you reconsidered whether or not you'd opportunities of Te Tanganui?
Yes. Yes, we have. In fact, there are a number of things that we're looking at. Clearly, we would like to own all of the land, but that isn't always possible. We have had to sell some so that we could develop Wairaka Place. We have also looked at some of the fringe areas of our airport. We will be looking at whether or not we can realise some value from that. I think it's fair to say that we'd also talk to the council about that before we were to sell it, in case there was any other reason that the council required that land for. So yes, we are. We've also looked at some of the, if we could call it, the areas which you would not expect to be able to use right adjacent to the runway, and that could be for other things, such as David's mentioned, solar. Yes, we are considering all things, and a number of any of those things that, if they come up, will probably require some council input along the way. So we'd be back here talking to you.
Good to hear, thank you. And my other question related to the dividend payment in year 25 to 26. I just want to get an understanding of when you say that it would be effectively funded through additional debt. Is that the implication that if there wasn't an $870,000 dividend paid, that it would go toward debt repayment?
We would not have to borrow that $869,000.
I think that's been asked and answered.
Yeah.
It has, Councillor.
Okay.
Several times. Okay. Okay, thank you. We've had all the questions asked. Thank you very much for coming in today. I'd like to move the recommendations that are on page 35 of our document, and seconded by the Mayor, that the Council received the Palmerston North P&L AL draft statement of intent 24 to 25 to 26 to 27 presented to the Economic Growth Committee on the 24th of April, that the Palmerston North Airport Limited be advised that the Council support the proposed direction and implementation strategy, and the Council recognise the projected requirement for loan totalling $44.9 million by the 30th of June 2025, that the Palmerston North Airport will be seeking to utilise the loan facility provided by the Council to fund a significant portion of this. So, looking to move this, there's a lot going on for the airport going forward. This is a very significant time for them, particularly with the build of the new terminal, for the board and for the airport management. Thank you for coming today and presenting this to us. I'm very happy to support this going forward, and thank you for outlining that to us today. Happy to open this up for comment. The Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Look, just acknowledge the board and management. Thank you. I think the Chair summed it up pretty well. I mean, airports are quite difficult to run, and there's many moving parts. For our city, it has been essentially a gateway to us. We don't have a port, and we are a landlocked city. So the airport actually becomes a somewhat more important facility and asset for us, and indeed the wider region. I'm very happy with the plan that's put out. There's been a lot of thought. It's quite risk adverse, and that's great because there's a lot happening. I think for some council there's been a lot of questions around dividends, and I'm not going to get into that because I think it's a bit of a sideshow if you really understand what we're doing here. And looking at I think we just need to look at the shareholding. I mean, there's obviously a lack of capital to do things that they all want to do. And I think we just wait till we get that company valuation and then as a council decide what we may do in that space. Look, selling land and all that sort of thing, I can understand all of that as well, but they don't make any more land. It's a bit of a sugar hit, and you get the money, and then it's in somebody else's hand. Look, the airside work that they've been doing is really paramount, and we probably haven't noticed, but there's been quite a lot of maintenance work going on the runway, and we need to do that work. The customer experience, I can really understand that as well, having been around a few other airports, and we are the last to do this too, council. It's a little bit of work that all our colleagues around us regionally have already done, but the opportunities for us are actually, we're more diverse with our airport than some others. It's not just based on passengers. Yes, heard the talk about divesting or looking at diversification of revenue streams. I think that's already happening and will continue to happen. Interestingly, I was with Christchurch and Auckland airports, and they were really interested. I did a small presentation at the conference yesterday. I spoke about the airport very briefly. Both Christchurch and Auckland are very interested in what we're doing in freight. And of course, they are partners with us in those daily freight routes. So flight training's there. We gathered and had a look at Massey Aviation, and that we can't underestimate how important that is. But also the refuelling, the sustainability side, but also the property side as well. I think the terminal redevelopment project is needed, but will be quite disruptive. So we've got to think about that as well. If we, and I've said this to David many times, Missoula, our sister city, went through exactly the same project. So maybe reaching out to them for lessons learned could be an opportunity too, because they demolished half, went into half of it, and then fully demolished as they built their full new terminal. I think it's great that you've got logistics and warehousing coming. If you look at other airports around the world, Memphis in the States was a very smallish airport, not much bigger than Palmerston North, to be really honest, 35 plus years ago. Obviously the home to FedEx, and now it's one of the major freight hubs in the US. Who knows where Palmerston North could be if we had that aspiration. But look, again, overall, excellent plan, the projections. Look, there are a few things in the air, but I think you've approached it really well. To my colleagues, I think I'd be careful about borrowing money to pay dividends. I don't think that's very wise financially, but we do have to trust. We've got a separate board here running this, and look, we all want things, but there is a finite amount of money in budget. So thank you, and look forward to what's going to be a pretty busy couple of years. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dennison.
Thank you. Just coattailing off what the Mayor's mentioned, and I won't repeat, but I highly agree with his comments around the position and the opportunities that we have. And if there was just 3 points I want to add, I think it's been really beneficial to have a 10-year outlook. I see it being essential. And what that shows is the limitation for further development at Rural Park in the years after we do quite small, relatively, to the opportunities on the park project. And so therefore, I think it's essential that we get the valuation through and then present a package around shareholding to the wider market, because without the further investment to extend shareholding, we're really hamstrung under the airport company in those year 4 to 10 years in outlook. So that there, I just want to highlight has been essential. The other point too, and lastly, is this matter highlighted in the report, and it's been an ongoing conversation around the dividend expectations around this council. So I don't want to harp on, but it seems to me a little bit of a roundabout when we're having borrowing to pay us dividends when we're giving them a loan to do the work. And it's just, it's an oddity to me that we even allowed this to happen. And at some point down the track, when we position for wider shareholding, I think we should be readdressing this through a notice of motion, because To be honest, if you're going out to get some capital investors that want to have shareholding, and we've got an arrangement like that, it looks like the roundabout looks a little farcical in my view, so I can't help but not highlight that point too. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Naylor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I won't be able to support these recommendations. I don't actually support the proposed direction. I have expressed my reservations around this previously, but just want to quickly outline my reasons. The airport is a very significant asset that's owned by all of our ratepayers. However, it's used by some of our ratepayers, and the lack of any sort of financial return to the wider community is a concern to me within this current environment. We've got many in our community are struggling, and in terms of the economic downturn, that may well continue for some years. This year, we're only looking at $163,000 dividend, and then next year, nothing. $0. And that's in a year that we're asking our community for a potentially 11.3% rates increase. I think in the past there's been some good ideas, such as the Ruapehu Aero Park, where the airport have looked at revenue diversification. I'm really concerned that those kinds of programs aren't being progressed. At the same time, where there is 4.9 million available for additional covered walkways. Yes, of course that's going to improve the experience, but what about all of the rest of the community who don't ever use this asset? So when you hop off a plane, you know, there might be rain, and yet there's no coverway between the airport and the terminal, yet we're spending 4.9 million to make sure people are dry between there in their car or their transport. So I just think the priorities or the thinking is around the user, but I don't think the thinking is around all the shareholders in terms of this. I think it's a very, financially, I think it's stretching to absolute capacity. I don't agree with the Mayor that it's risk averse. I think there's actually significant risk here in terms of the capacity financially that the airport are using, particularly around the terminal development. And those assumptions, we don't know what the users, how many flights will be. Actually, the assumptions around the increase in flights may well not be realised if our community can't afford to actually pay for those flights. So that's just a little bit of why I don't feel like I can support the proposed direction.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and a few comments to make here. Didn't comment on the first report, but would first like to acknowledge the airport company, and I know they're doing a tremendous amount of work and doing it in the best spirits. Perhaps a bit of an alternative view, but I'd say from my perspective, the best news in this report is something that the airport company's actually presented as bad news. I'd say it's actually quite good news, and I think that until we get low or no emissions aircraft flying should be minimized. It's actually good. I'm quite pleased that we're seeing a forecast that says lower passenger numbers. That translates to lower emissions, and currently that's the only option we have. I'm pleased to see it's extended over a number of years. So I acknowledge that wasn't necessarily the perspective that the airport company brought to that issue, but I'm personally think that that's a good news story for the environment. I'd be quite concerned if we blew out to become the next FedEx hub. There's two reasons that I'm not able to support this statement, so I will ask for division between 1 and 2. The first is that I am dissatisfied that we don't have a green building assurance when a $40 million check is being written. It's a $40 million check, and I'd expect that when we're working at that size, that there would be green building standards applied, whether it's directly us as a council or whether it's through a council-controlled organization such as the airport. The second is that the further we go with the dividend saga, the more twists and turns that takes, the less happy I am with how it's being approached. And so I've heard some comments already from colleagues about where they might like to see it go. I'd like to see it go in some ways that actually gives us greater assurance as a community that either we find a way to moderate the business acceleration so that we can get a meaningful impact, or we find a way to put in a floor or do something else so that we have some assurity around a financial return to the community through the council. So for those two reasons, I've asked for separation, won't be supporting number 2. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Micklard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I just want to acknowledge the airport company and the board, and also to actually reiterate my support for the direction that the airport is taking. A lot of comments have been made earlier on, and I totally agree with what the Mayor has said earlier on, and also Councillor Dennison. When we look at the airport, as the airport mentioned, as the Mayor mentioned before, we are a landlocked sort of city, and the airport is a strategic asset for the city. And I support the $40 million development, although, I mean, some of my colleagues have mentioned some reservation. Councillor Barrett has just mentioned about the green building, which I think, in my opinion, will increase in cost. I don't mind having a green building standards, but if we're willing to put the money or get more money into it, then that's fine. Let's do it, and probably raise the cost to $60 million and that sort of thing. I don't have a problem with this, but it's worth noting that this would come with additional costs, and green buildings are not cheap. Councillor Naylor mentioned earlier on that the airport is being used by some ratepayers. Well, according to these figures that I'm saying here, it's more than 580-something K, or 580-something thousand people using the airport. So then the airport is not just being used by some ratepayers, it's being used by people within our region. People in Taurua, people in Rangitiki, people in Wanganui, people in Levin are using this. And people in Fielding are using the airport to get to their destination around New Zealand. So it is a strategic asset, and I'm very much in support of the direction that the airport is taking forward. I think it's the bold vision. It is good for the city, and I think having a redeveloped airport is actually good for the city. A lot of regional airports are doing the same thing as well. We want to bring in jets into the city. This requires airport screening, which we do not have. How are we supposed to leverage on this strategic asset if we do not put investment into this? I find, that some of these things, we're being very short-sighted in my opinion, but so I just wanted to actually raise and address those concerns that it is a strategic asset and we should do our very best to support the board and the airport in the direction that they're taking. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Councillor Micklard. You did a lot of my summary, because I think a lot of what you said was what I was going to say. It is a strategic asset for the region, it's a regional asset, and it's for the whole region, and that's what it does cover, and it does support the whole region. But with that, we'll look to vote. Thank you, councillors. Oh, sorry, we're voting for number 1 first. That's passed 15 votes for and none against. Now we'll look to vote for number 2. And that's passed with 12 votes for and against. So that's vote 13 votes for and 2 against. Thanks, councillors. Just one moment, please. Thank you very much, the airport company. Appreciate that. We are going to ask CEDA to come forward because they have been waiting since 9 o'clock. So CEDA, come forward now before we go for a morning tea break. Sorry, everybody, we're going to do that. So just slow down a bit. Thank you, councillor. So we're on page, just getting it right.
Just press the far right one, I think. There you go.
We're on page 75 of your documents, and we're with Jerry and Jackie. So start, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tēnā koutou katoa, and thank you for the opportunity to attend today as PNCC consider our 2023 and 24 half-yearly report and our 24-25 statement of intent. Look, the half-yearly report is provided in the context of New Zealand and the region, providing to be resilient to the pressures of the last few years, with employment, earnings and economic activity above earlier expectations. And this is great news. The region's economic performance has been largely driven by the diversity of our region, with a large public sector, the growth in the construction, distribution and logistics sectors, and in the food production. CEDA has continued to deliver on the four key pillars of people, place and business, and our activities are anchored around our key projects such as Te Iu Tanganui, the Manawatu Regional Food Strategy, Destination Management Plan and our ongoing business and sector support. Our 2024-25 draft Statement of Intent also reflects the continued focus on these core work streams, informed by a clear intervention, logic and the statement of expectations from our shareholders to guide where we spend our time and our energy. The region is well positioned to cope with the short-term economic outlook, with the region's unique mix of industries continuing to support our economic activity into 24-25. Look, with this, I'm now going to pass over to Jerry, and he's going to provide the insights, highlights from our yearly report, half-yearly report, and outline our key aspects for 24-25 Statement of Intent. Thank you.
Thanks, Bobby. Kia ora, everyone. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to come and discuss our half-yearly report, performance to date, and our responses to the 2024-25 Statement of Expectation and the shape of our 2024-25 Statement of Intent. I want to leave as much time as we can to allow elected members to ask questions, so I'll just point out some of the highlights on the two documents and then we'll move into some question time. You'll see, firstly, the half-yearly report looks a little bit different this year. So we decided not to go with a fully designed document. We'll still do that, of course, for the annual report at the end of the year. But I guess for us, that not doing the design work saves a little bit of money, but secondly, because of the compressed time to try to get this document to you guys, it's just better for us to focus on the data rather than the design elements. So we're really happy with how that's turned out. The internal team's done a great job of designing that up in-house. So just to give you some key highlights of the last 6 months, as Bobby's referred to, Te Iu Tanganui, advocacy and identification of investment opportunities has continued to push the project ahead. And with respect to the presentation we've just had, there are investors out there who are looking at all sorts of commercial models in terms of what might be possible. The Manawatu Regional Food Strategy was completed last December, and that was launched alongside the Food HQ Christmas event, which was very, very positive. We've had additional investment leads coming through the region over the last 6 months, and they would number something in the 10 to a dozen approaches, which has been really healthy. We've had active involvement in the Te Apiti Gorge progress as a project set and as a key anchor work stream for us inside the Destination Management Plan work. Partnerships with organisations such as Manawatech to leverage off events such as the Summer of Tech, recruitment platforms for the region, and supporting the IT sector as an emerging sector for us in the region. We, in the first 6 months, supported 308 business engagements completed through business retention and expansion. That included 154 small to medium business enterprises actively engaged in the regional business partnership program that CEDA runs. We've had 19 media features that were published and reached an audience over 144 million, and there were 124,000 web sessions with the manawatu.nz.co.nz website. At this stage, we have a forecast year-end position of currently $110,000 surplus, and that's easily explainable. We've carried at least one FTE of staff this year for the entire year. In fact, we're getting a new appointment next week, which means we're only 0.6 down so far for the rest of the year. And we have also had some uplift in one of our government funding support operational costs value coming through from IMBI for the Regional Business Partnership Program. We continue to ensure that we deliver well against our key programs of work, and as detailed in the current statement of intent we'll talk about, we're planning to use part of the surplus to contribute to a significant CAPEX cost, which will be setting up the standalone Te Utu Tanganui website, which will be coming in Q1 of the next financial year. Now to the 2024-25 draft statement of intent. It's really great again to have a very clear statement of expectation from our shareholders that gave us some very clear writing instructions. So we're focused on ensuring that we deliver to those expectations for our two shareholders. Our 2024-25 statement of intent continues to focus on those key priority pillar projects for the region. So Te Utu Tanganui, and with the appointment of Robbie Woods as the new Program Director, that's a fantastic move, and we're grateful for the city for providing some funds for that as well. The Manawatu Regional Food Strategy is getting to full swing. The implementation of the Destination Management Plan, our regional tourism function and the RTO office that we run here for the region, the business support services, ensuring that we are positioned to respond to the emerging and future economic opportunities and challenges that are undoubtedly ahead of us. We'll continue to work on attracting new businesses to the region, supporting and growing existing businesses that are already here, supporting our sectors of strength, including development of key tourism and visitor products, and showcasing the region's ability to attract talent, a place for investment and for visitors to come and see us. We've further refined our key performance indicators this year to ensure that they are concise and measurable, and they also focus on investment opportunities, sector and business support, developing that talent pipeline, profiling the region, and partnering with those key agencies to support the outcomes for the region. We're really excited with the new addition to the inward investment opportunities for both the city and the district around the city centre and town centre focus, and we look forward to working with both our shareholders to support the development of a plan for those spaces. We also have done some work to better align our monitoring indicators, which appear on the Statement of Intent, page 3, and we worked with Stacey and Kian at the City in particular to make sure that those were fit for purpose. We will still measure and report on those through the support of the Palmerston North City Council Economic Team and our annual report every year. The Statement of Intent provides for CEDA to operate based on a small deficit budget over the next 3 years, but we're very comfortable with that in terms of how that will enable us to deliver and continue to deliver our key performance measures and areas for the city and the district. We're really keen to keep building our strong relationship we have with Palmerston North City Council, working closely to bring the city's ambitions to fruition and ensure the region's priority projects support outcomes for both the city and the district. And I'd just like to also quickly mention how great it's working with you, Dave, in terms of the officer to keep this on track. So thanks for all your support. Happy to take questions.
Great, thank you so much. My first question is around, I'm on page, what page is this? I think it's page 92 of the document, which is talking about pathways to employment, and it talks about the Health Sector Accelerate Academy program. If you could just give us a little bit of an explanation about that program.
Yep, so we ran the first Health Accelerator earlier on the year, and there's a new one that we're running in combination with UCOL, which is going to run their new nursing school across the road from us in King Street. I think that's really, really interesting. Getting UCOL to come to the party's been a bit of work because of course they're going through their own challenges at the moment, but we've been able to get to a position where we've got oversubscription. I think at last count there was 130 students from schools across the region coming to that health day. So that to us is a key way of engaging youth in real live, activities which they can actually get exposed to workforces in the region. We are also working directly with the local health managers here to see whether we can bring together a targeted campaign to actually drive managers, allied health, nurses and doctors to come to the region. So we're really excited about that possibility as well.
So is there any numbers around, like target numbers that you actually want to try and attract into the health sector for that program?
We've got numbers from the local health authority around the number of vacancies I've got. It's in the hundreds, and it's across, there's a large number in nursing, a large number in allied health, but also management. But we're working very, very closely, and we've got a little team working with the DHB at the moment on that possibility.
Okay, thank you. The Mayor.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Bobby, and team. New Zealand, and just while we've got the Youth Council here, New Zealand Careers Expo, just a little bit more on that. Good numbers for that, good exhibitors, or because it's run third party now?
Yes, it is. Yep. No, look, the numbers are really, really good. And I guess having come from the other side of the fence, having been at UCOL previously, those events are critical in terms of being a touch point. They're not the only touch point. So what we're very, very keen to do, and we still do this, I believe, Jackie, is that we do provide some support for schools to get some of their students there if they need support with that, particularly in the transport side. But the numbers have been really, really strong. The only thing that CEDA is not doing at that event anymore, which we used to do, was we used to do a business after 5 at that event for stakeholders, but that we actually felt the investment was better off going into the event itself. So we're really, really happy with that third-party delivery. It's taken a little while to get back up to where we would like it to be post-COVID, but it's going really well.
Okay, two more. Obviously, tertiary education sector is big for us. The government signalled a review, which Sir Peter Gluckman is leading. How are we going to influence that? Because there's some big outcomes there that could either be positive or disastrous for us.
Are we talking tertiary or secondary or across the board?
I think it's the tertiary research.
Oh, right. Yep. No, look, a really good point. So we have good relationships with a lot of the Crown Research Institutes in Massey. So we meet quarterly with the VC, with Ray Gore, Giselle Burns, those sorts of influential people. So we've offered up, from an economic development perspective, our view that Crown Research Institutes research that goes on at universities, pipelining into innovation houses like Sprout Agritech, the factory, Brave Trust, all sorts of different entities in the city are very, very critical for our innovation intentions. So we support as much as we can that, particularly with the previous government's view that that sort of spend should be metropolitised and not given to the regions. So we're very, very keen to make sure the region gets the slice of the pie.
Okay. Look, I'll leave it to comments, but also just your e-tipu, your Boomer conference that you're hosting. How's that going?
It's going. It's challenging, and I don't know if many of the elected members are sitting on any organisations at this time of a economic cycle who are trying to get sponsorship. It's tough. So look, we've got the sponsorship side of things looking very solid now. Also, if I can just pass on a thanks to Gabrielle, who's been able to arrange some funding. I don't know if this got through to the elected member table yet, but some money from the US Embassy to fund our friends from Missoula coming over, and we had a meeting yesterday with Councillor Rowley Fitzgerald or the day before around, we think this is great news to bring that along and have an Indigenous food event at the e-tipu conference. Look, the ticket sales are solid. We've got about 8 weeks to go. They've just started breaking out their sort of focus media stuff through their media partner, NZME, I think it is, whatever it is, and that's going very well. So look, we're expecting somewhere between 200 and 250 delegates.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Zebellin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, team. My question is also about the food strategy, and you've listed there's your 2 main projects that you're working on, and then also 2 other partner initiatives. I just wondered if you're able to shed some light on what those are, or can you not talk about that yet?
Absolutely. The 4 for this year are delivering the e-tipu conference, one on alternative proteins working with Food HQ, one on profiling the region's food story, that's an internal CEDA piece of work, and the 4th one I've forgotten. But the great news is we're also going through the process of aligning up the new projects for the 2024-25 year. We've got a meeting soon with Just Zilch. The Just Zilch board reached out to us and asked for a catch-up just to discuss how that might fit with them. and we were really keen to have that discussion, but we did go back to them and say that CEDA's food recovery expertise is pretty low, so we'll be leaning in on organisations like Just Zilch to help us to run those sorts of exciting activities. So had a meeting yesterday with Manawatu Rangatiki Federated Farmers. They're really, really keen to get involved as well. So there's a real, you know, we want to make sure the gate to plate spread of focus of the impact of that strategy is clear, because there was in stage one, it was very much innovation focused. That is one of our strong suits. It's not our only suit. Yeah.
Great. Thank you. And I just had a question as well about your the performance measures that are on page 25 and 26, and like specifically in relation to the food strategy. Is it that all of those measures will apply across the board in measuring progress on that strategy, or will the outcomes from the strategy contribute to the overall progress?
It's a bit of both. And I think the thing that's really critical for us in that was previous iterations of our KPIs had a number under the food strategy, a number under Te Tanganui, a number under DMP. And what it meant was it created that sort of perverse behaviour that when something was going really, really well, but you'd already achieved the numbers, and something over here wasn't going so well, you moved the effort from one to the other, and therefore lost momentum and actually underperformed a little bit. So we're really comfortable that we'll meet the minimum set for each of the 4 key project areas, but in a sense, if we're going well at one, we just want to keep the horsepower going.
Right, yeah.
Yep.
So that way you get to pick up where there's correlation between. Awesome. Thank you very much. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. That's all the questions we've got. Thank you, guys. When I look to the recommendations, I'll look to move the recommendations, seconded by Councillor Ward, that the committee receive CEDA's 6-monthly report from the 1st of July 2023 to 31st of December 2023, presented to this committee today, and that the committee receive the CEDA's draft statement of intent for 2024 to 2025, attachment 3, presented to this committee today, and that the committee approve the comments outlined in CEDA's draft statement of intent 2024 to 2025, table 1, presented to this committee today. So looking to move to comment, I think that well done on what you have done for the end of last year. So you've done a very good half year there, and going forward, and I think it's really good that you didn't put that presentation in and get it done and nice and pretty. Just putting it in straight value is exactly what you should have done. But going forward, it looks good going forward. So well done on what you have done going forward. CEDA's in a really good way, and it's really good to see what you have done. So thank you very much. Really appreciate the work that you have done to date. Thank you for that, and the Mayor would now like to comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Bobby, Jerry, and the wider team at CEDA. Sort of echoing a little bit of the Chair's words, but there's been some really good work going on, and as we know, it hasn't always been 100% in this difficult space of economic development, and I think, like the airport, economic development is specialised work. It's sometimes complex, and you have to wait a little bit to get those long-term outcomes that you desire. But what I saw the other night was some excellent collaborative work in the wider regional ED, or economic development work, where CEDA supported the Chamber along with our own council staff, and I do have to have a shout out to our council team. It was probably the best regional overview of economics I've probably seen in the city in the last 10 years. It showed the public and the private sector coming together, and it was excellent. So well done, because I know that your team was right in the middle of it all as well. Like the Chair, I think the work that's been done around Te Tanganui, we've become quite focused on what we're trying to achieve, because we have got limited resources, but also playing to our strengths around logistics and distribution. And I know there's been commentary that we shouldn't be a FedEx, but actually we've got to move parcels, we've got to move things, and I think there is real benefits of playing to your strengths and with partners. So that work is, and I know you'll be coming back to us at some stage with the updates on what's happening there. Same with food. we're known for our food provenance and all parts of that food value chain from the innovation and the science right through to the growing. And I think the growers, don't forget about the growers as well. It was interesting yesterday at this conference again, I sort of saw the value of produce and who's feeding Wellington with vegetables and alike. It's actually this region and this wider region, if you include the Horowhenua. The destination marketing plan as well, we're starting to see some of those long-term numbers coming out, 500,000 visitor or guest nights, and being ranked 10th in the country, ahead of much, I suppose, more well-known visitor regions, is really fantastic work. And again, I know that there's little steps that go along the way, and sometimes takes a little while for those outcomes to happen. But looking forward to the Careers Expo, because I mean the job market is a bit ropey at the moment, and I'd have to say that with our youth in the chamber here, it's important that we're supporting career aspirations and training aspirations for young people as well. So the Careers Expo should be highlighted as well. But again, thanks for everything you're doing.
Right, there's no further comments. Let's look to vote. That's passed votes for with none against. Thank you, everyone. Back in the chamber at page 157 of the agenda. Yep, so Sarah's going to present this to us. So we're going to change that screen. Okay, over to you, Sarah, on item number 11. One five seven.
Kia ora koutou. So this report comes from the direction of the committee to annually adjust the Palmerston North Airports Board REM. And as a result of that direction, officers have reflected on the need to amend the whole remuneration section of the appointments policy. And as such, we present this report for you today. The review has added, outlines a list of the factors to consider when setting or reviewing remuneration levels for all the CCOs except for CEDA. It agrees an annual adjustment of remuneration for the CCOs except CEDA, and it commits council to an annual, review of remuneration for each CCO once every training. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Sarah. Right. Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one question. I recognise that the recommendation had CPI as the stated metric, but I was wondering if you considered using the labour cost index.
I have done actually. On reflection, it was decided that CPI is because it compares the price of goods on an annual basis. The labour cost index is a much better measure to use for remuneration.
Thank you.
The Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Hold on.
Uh,
You're right, sorry.
Okay, back on. Thank you. Sarah, I understand the boards of the Globe region, Tamanua, and especially the chairs, had actually written to us as a council and asked for a look at this. Mainly those arts and museum type trusts, feeling they were possibly out of kilter with others. Is that right?
Yes, they have. This is a sort of a first part of that that direction. So there'll be a second report coming to the Culture and Sport Committee in June to discuss the actual baseline remuneration for those three trusts.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Councillor Bowen online, we're just going to, Sina's just going to try and work that out.
Thank you, Jo. Can you hear me yet?
Yes, we can.
Lovely. Just to follow up on the Mayor's question, actually, have the cultural CCOs been advised that this report was coming through this route primarily?
Yes, I have contacted the chairs, so they are aware of this first part of their report.
And was there any feedback from that contact?
No, not yet. But there's further work being done with those trust boards to determine their remuneration levels for later. That work will be coming to the June committee meeting of Culture.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Right, there's no further questions. We'll look to the recommendation. Thank you, Sarah. The Council adopt the draft recommendation section attachment 1 to replace the part 1 section 12 remuneration section of the appointment of directors policy 2022. We'll look to move that, seconded by Councillor Wood. And there's no comments. Oh, no, there is. The Mayor.
Sorry, Madam Chair, I just sort of sneak in. Look, I think it's wise that this is done. There was a request from the chairs specifically of the Globe, the Regent and Te Manawa. And just seeing the chart there, or table 1 on page 160, and some of the numbers there, I think it fairly sort of highlights where perhaps some of the bigger CCOs, because the CCOs aren't one size fits all. They have different meeting schedules, they have different work that they do, and I think that is fair in that Te Manawa perhaps has a lot of stuff to do. They meet more regularly. There's a lot more moving parts to their organisation, and not diminishing the work that the theatres do, but it is perhaps a little bit more singular in focus. So I'm more than happy to support this, and obviously the next part we come back to the Culture Committee and put some numbers next to them. So thank you.
Great. We'll now look to vote. That's passed 15 votes and against. Thanks, everyone. Now we'll move to item number 12, page 163. Thank you, Bryce. So we've got 3 items from Bryce. Hopefully we'll get them in before lunch. Not driving any agenda here. Right.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No pressure.
No pressure.
Well, in the spirit of that, I'm relatively happy to take this one as read. 9 months of the way through the year, most, if not all, areas of the road maintenance and renewal contract is proceeding as planned and well underway, both in an operational sense and in a capital renewal sense. Probably just worth noting that next week at Council will be a paper on the renewal term of this contract with Fulton Hogan. That'll be presented there and cover off a whole variety of things. And this paper will be due again in 6 months' time, and which will be about September-ish. And I would be the officer. Officers are envisioning in that paper we would be bringing a pretty transparent view of what the work program of this contract would be for that next 12-month period and that next one in September, just to give a bit of oversight to councillors. So happy to take any questions.
Great. There is a question coming in, but just before I head to that, so with the footpaths, is this all the smoothing of the footpaths in terms of taking all of the bumps out of them, has that been done across the city?
Yes, we are continuing to progressively deal with those situations. The areas, not surprisingly, of most concern are where there's established street trees and rather large roots, and some of those issues are a little bit more complex. So at the moment we've definitely been looking to remove trip hazards and focus on areas that are easier to deal with, and then we'll be working through some of the more difficult footpath areas in the coming years, I'd suggest.
Great, thanks for that. I spoke too soon. We've now got a lot of questions. Councillor Johnson to start.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Mine was also about the footpaths. So will we be spending the full budgeted amount on footpaths this year?
Yes, in relation to renewals and also operational.
Okay, so we're still getting a lot of complaints, certainly directly to elected members, and I guess also requests for service about the state of the footpaths. So I guess what's our response to that situation, and when would we next be doing a kind of an assessment, I suppose, of how many footpaths need repair and that type of thing?
Few elements to that question. Probably to address the first one, one of the key movements in the transport space, not just footpaths, in the proposed draft LTP, was to increase the budgets in what I'm sort of coining the core transport deliverables, most of which are delivered by this contract. So looking at drainage structures, footpaths, resealing and rehabs. I think so in the draft LTP there is a boost to the footpath budget as well, so that will help us to start moving through issues quicker. Probably as broader comment I would give would be, much like most areas of transport and including our road carriageways as well, it's going to take some time to get on top of them. We're currently looking at a 30-year horizon through the asset management plan and through our renewals programs to slowly start to get on top of it, get a much more preventative and planned approach to things rather than waiting until they get to the standard that they are at the moment and have failed. In a road, that's a pothole, but for a footpath, that's a bump and a trip hazard and the likes. So it's going to take some time to get on top of that. I'd love to say we would have resolved everything next year, but that simply won't be the case. In terms of a message for the public, perhaps a message of that nature would be appropriate, that we are one of the big areas of investment in the proposed LTP is around transport. And that includes footpaths and roads, street trees and everything in that area there, and hence we're proposing a significant increase in that area to get on top of the problem.
Okay, but we're not proposing a 30-year horizon to get on top of the problem, are we?
No, the 30-year horizon is as we start to move to that planned and preventative approach, so rather than letting things fail, we are in the next 3 to 5 years in particular, we'll be focusing on the areas of most need, the areas of most urgency, and looking to start to get on top of that bow wave and curve and start to address some of those issues. So I think the public can start to see a considerable step change in this area, starting from next year, but definitely over the next 3 years, as we start to get on top of footpaths.
And when will we next be doing an assessment of the overall state of the footpaths?
The next assessment actually is, we do them every 2 years anyway. However, I would suggest the work we're doing around the disability assessment of all of our work there will probably come just ahead of that work. So I would say in the next probably 18 months to 2 years, Council can expect to have a paper come to them with a pretty robust report on the state of our footpath network.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Zabellan.
Thank you. Thanks, Bryce. I'm just looking at 3.5, that second bullet point about the street lights, and I am curious as do we have a plan yet about what would happen to the old lights, a waste disposal plan for what we'll do with those units that we're replacing?
Not set in stone yet, but the team and I are having, or both of my teams, resource recovery and transport in this sense, we are having proactive conversations around that and working through our options in that respect at the moment.
Okay, thank you. And is there a plan to be stockpiling these units to deal with outages as they occur, rather than be waiting for bulk arrival?
We are slowly, one of the areas where we're proposing to make a big change, and we are slowly starting to, is around the supply chain and where we're actually sourcing these from. Part of the complexity we have at the moment is we have three different models and makes, and they're coming from different places. We're slowly starting to progressively move to a preferred supplier and a preferred type, which will actually allow us to hold some more stock. We're also exploring options around smart technology, and basically what that'll do is it'll trigger a report to us the moment a light is not working, so we can respond to it a lot more quicker. And then if there was, say, 6, 7, 8 of them in a row that were all out, then that would suggest that it's a PowerCo fault as opposed to a single fault. So that should help us to be a lot more responsive and quick in this space.
Great. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Hancock.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Bryce. Paragraph 3.4 talks about curb sweeping and sump cleaning, and that we've basically we haven't got sufficient budget presently, and we are now operating in a reactive way. So with the current time of year, obviously with leaf fall, can we be assured that we're actually going to be on top of that through potential rain events?
Yes, is the answer. So we're also exploring our internal resources as well for our parks team and trying to build a bit of surge capacity there to be supplementing some of the budget shortfall. There's no way to hide it. We are under budget pressure in this area. We've essentially spent our sweeping budget already, and we are, and so hence the comment about being reactive. But then, to be fair, we've been primarily reactive most of the year because this was one of the areas that was considerably underfunded for the level of service we were expecting. So that's another area we're looking to improve, and it has been a big winner, if you will, through the proposed long-term plan in terms of street sweeping to get on top of this. But yes, we have a plan in place to be getting on top of the immediate issues and trying to keep those clear.
Yeah, and sorry, and just in terms of being on that reactive basis, what methods are we, I suppose, employing to ensure that we are, receiving and actioning calls from the community?
We have a collection of streets that are known streets that have issues, and so those ones are being a bit more proactively addressed. Majority of the streets at this stage, though, are relying on public to be feeding back to us and telling us when there's an issue, hence being reactive. We've been doing some comms through Facebook on that, and been trying to reach out to the community to say if you are noticing a lot of leaf fall, and then contact us. Worst case scenario, we were already aware of it and we were going to jump on it quicker, but we are relying on the public to tell us at this point, unfortunately.
Okay, Snaps in Solve, is that probably?
Yep, that's also an option. Yes.
Thank you, Bryce. Madam Chair.
Councillor Arnott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had my question answered by Councillor Hancock, so thank you.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. Councillor Meehan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mine was in the same line of street sweeping. Chris, as you're aware, though, I received a call last week from a resident. So what we're saying here is, though, those residents have to ring in rather than their streets being on a plan. They have to ring in when they decide when they want something done.
Councillor, has this been asked already?
To a degree, I'm just getting confirmation, because my follow-on question is, you mentioned Facebook and stuff, but a lot of people get pretty upset if they've got to ring in and complain. So my question is, how do they get to know besides Facebook? I mean, for instance, I've got a 70-year-old woman rings me up. She doesn't do Facebook.
Okay, I think we're in comment, Councillor. We'll wait. We'll leave that
So
for
I'm just
hold
sharing my
all
question.
those comments for comment. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Barrett.
I haven't had my question answered.
I think you did, Councillor.
How do they find out?
Did you want to answer that?
I'm not satisfied to have my question answered.
The simple answer is yes, we are relying on them telling us for the majority of streets. In terms of avenues to do that, yes, we're proactively notifying them on Facebook. Any resident would be able to ring into our call centre and they would be able to give some advice on that. They can use Snapshare and Solve. They can contact officers in any number of means and we can advise them if their street is on that route or not.
Thank you. Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple of questions, Bryce. Firstly, just around the overspend in the pavements area, and just kind of would like to understand what's done in terms of internal budget control and then internal prioritization to work out who gets robbed so that this gets paid.
Suffice to say that there is a bit of a balancing act around that. So it's no different from any other area in an operational sense that we're looking to operate within our means and within our available budget. Transport just happens to be an area that's coming under quite a bit of pressure and has for the last couple of years. In terms of what's a big winner and what's a big loser, I don't think there's a black and white answer to that. Really, we're making risk-based decisions. If we think we are able to get away with doing a little bit less of one area, perhaps an example could be around streetlights. Given we had additional money in a renewable sense, it means we can spend more renewable money and perhaps not have to spend as much maintenance, and therefore that gives us an opportunity to redivert some funds. For instance, not saying that is necessarily what we did.
So I guess in terms of trying to get some specific answers out, when will there be some visibility to the council of what's actually happening within this black box?
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of what the best means to do that. I would say through the end of year report, we should be able to provide some guidance around exactly what all the overs and unders were from a financial sense, and that should provide a bit of transparency around how we managed within our budgets.
And will we see overs and unders in terms of a performance sense as well as a financial sense?
Not sure. We can definitely provide some commentary around to go alongside the figures to give some context, which I think would be appropriate.
Great, thank you. That somewhat leads to my second question, which was just really around how much information there is underpinning this sort of reports, because they come through, in quite a high level narrative. And to pick up on Councillor Meehan's point, you get very specific queries in numbers from the community about what's happening on my footpath, my street, etc. And that data visible would be incredibly valuable. Sorry, that is comment. I will ask, is that possible to bring that data to us?
I mean, we have that data, so we are making data-driven decisions, and when I say we're considering risk and dealing areas of most need and those kind of comments, we have it down to that level. It's probably more around where that balance lies around what we're presenting proactively in the council chamber, because if we're getting down to that level on every single street, it's a fair amount of information.
Thanks. I'll leave it to comment. Madam Chair.
Thank you. The Mayor.
Like my learned colleague next to me, I won't go, but I won't go into comments. Can I just ask a question about street sweeping? Are we underdone? Is the level of service dropped?
We are currently not delivering on the expected level of service for the budget we have.
Okay, second question. Our contractors had 2 street sweeping trucks. We now have 1. What went wrong in the negotiations?
I don't know explicitly around what went wrong there. We are reflecting on how we can boost the performance in that area, hence my comment around using our internal resources and what we can do to help bolster that.
It's in the short term though, isn't it?
It's in the short term, but also from a longer term point of view, yes, we are making some big improvements in this area through the next 3 years in particular, and the next contract renewal, and being a lot more clear around expectations and making sure the budget aligns. But there's also room for, as I'm calling it, surge capacity, which I think internally we can provide. So in those few months when it is really bad, or perhaps the weather is also a lot more likely to be worse and we want to really try and keep on top of as much of it as possible, we'll be looking to utilise some of our internal resources in addition to the work done by the contractor.
Yeah. But just back in normal times, you know, residents probably think their street's getting swept at some stage, and there used to be online, you could see when your street. Does that not happen now?
No, as I said, we are primarily working in a reactive space at the moment. Perhaps I can suggest I'll circulate the streets that are on the proactive list, and ahead of next week's paper on the contract renewal, so councillors can have a transparent view of exactly what ones are being proactively addressed, and the assumption would then be that all of the others are currently reactive.
And just my final question on pavement reseals and renewal work. Are our contractors, I've got to keep this as a question, when they're swept into drains, when chip seals swept into drains, what happens next? Do they come around and suck it all out, or do they try and not get it into the stormwater network? What's the normal happenings?
Standard practice is, yes, they come through and they suck it out. So they'll clear the main carriageway, sweep it off to the side of the road, and then should be very promptly followed by sucking all of the excess out. Earlier in the year, that was maybe a little bit more delayed than we were hoping for, but we've been working hard with the contractor in that space, and in most recent months, we have seen an improvement in that space.
Okay, good. So just following on. So Summerhill Drive, was that dealt to properly? Was it sucked back out?
Should be, as far as I'm aware.
All right. Okay. Good. Thanks.
Councillor Meehan, welcome back to the queue.
I'll try not to comment. Does that mean all streets will be put on a schedule, or will there still be some that will have to be reactive?
No, not all streets will be on a proactive basis. We will, what the budget will allow us to do is a considerable increase in the quantum that we're actually sweeping, to the tune of almost triple the current budget provision for that space. So we do know that a number of streets are a lot more prone to this than others, and hence they're on a more proactive space. I guess it's around how much of that reactive work we can be doing, and that tends to be the shortfall where the budget pressure kicks in. So we're looking to do a lot more in that space, but I acknowledge your comment from earlier around ensuring people have as many opportunities as possible, and we're as clear, as transparent as possible in how they can get in touch with us from a reactive sense.
Thank you.
Finally, Councillor Dennison.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just in regards to the sweep cleaning, I'm picking up that we're going on reactionary responses, and what was the engagement with this contract? Was that the intention when we first engaged to do reactionary, or was this just accepting a lower level of service?
No, there's always been a large element of reactionary. So not every single street in the city needs to be proactively swept all the time. It tends to focus on the ones that have a lot more street trees in them, notably. So something like an Elmira Ave, for instance, that has a very developed streetscape of trees. That's one of the ones on the proactive list. So there was always a large element of reactionary. I guess my reflection is, for what we were expecting in terms of a level of service, that budget simply has not been adequate to actually deliver on that.
Can I understand, in previous years, was that budget not acceptable to get the coverage? Why have we just realised this now?
I never really like giving opinions, but in my opinion, no, at least for the last 3 years, it has not been at an adequate level to deliver on the expected level of service. I can't comment too much about why that was not raised at the time. That was a couple of managers ago, but yeah, that would be my reflection.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Finally, Councillor Arnott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This time last year, my phone was going pretty hot with citizens ringing up about leaves. Are we going to let Joe Public know that this is happening this way now and they've got to make contact themselves?
So this isn't a change in approach, to be clear. This is the approach that's been in place for at least the last 3 years. But yes, speaking to Councillor Meehan's point, definitely noting the how we can make some improvements in terms of letting everyone know what's on the proactive route. If you're not, when and how do you get in touch with us if your street needs sweeping?
Thank you. I think that's needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Bryce. That's all the questions. So, looking to move this recommendation, seconded by Councillor, that the committee receive the memorandum titled Road Maintenance Contract 6-monthly update presented to Economic Committee 24th of April 2024. Just starting off with comment, there's a lot of in this that I think quite a few of us are dissatisfied with, just because it is the way it is. And hearing some of this, like there's a lot of people in our community that actually aren't on Facebook and don't communicate through a Facebook channel. So hearing that have to find out some of these things through Facebook when they're actually not on Facebook is actually quite disappointing. But we just have to make sure that they can find out a different way and find out there's other communication channels to do that. But opening it up to comment, the Mayor.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Look, thanks, Bryce. A difficult one to present to us because we know by the residents contacting us about different things, and I mean this has always been a bit of a sticky one. I sense that generally the contract, the maintenance on pavements and that has got better, and I sense that because the phone's not as red hot as it once was. But the level of service here is really important. This is what it should be judged on, and our contractor has let us know that we're underdone in this space, and there's not enough budget for some things, and we are not meeting that expected level of service. It's obvious when the maintenance contract was let that it wasn't that well set out, certainly around street sweeping and lighting. They are definite things that have been underdone. Since the lighting's got better, but it's still not great. I mean, you go around our CBD and you'll see quite big black spots around our streets, and even broad, which is rather embarrassing, to be honest. And we get told that it's Powerco at times, and then Powerco hit back and say, no, it's the city. So I think we've just got to sort that out. I think it is getting better, but it is embarrassing when your contractor comes to you and says, no, it's actually the city's issue. And look, the officers have been really upfront in saying, look, there's supply issues and a whole lot of other things too. So look, we can get through that one, I think. But where we, and I don't want to blame current officers because this was signed by different people, but I just feel like we're now backing up the average stuff. Street sweeping is still a mess, everybody. It's still really average, and I think it's a real issue. And I don't think residents should be phoning in and saying, can I get my street sweep this week? There was 2 trucks that used to go round, and our city street sweepers as well. And there wasn't, we've very rarely got problems. So, but we changed, and now we've got one contractor truck doing it. Sometimes it breaks down, wasn't even being used in the first couple of months of the contract, and consequently, we're getting this issue. So the officers are looking at, we've got another report coming up to us. I know they're going to address things, but in the meantime, I think we need a much better comms plan than just Facebook to say to people, hey, we've got some issues here, we're going to get on top of it. So if I could just say to the officers, if we could have a look at something around how we're going to talk to our community while we're getting this problem sorted out. And it's very much a short-term thing, but it does need to be better than just Facebook. So I'm unsure what they'll look like, maybe publishing where the plan is, but it does need to happen. So look, I'm going to accept the report because it is what it is, but there's still some issues there, and that level of service, especially around lighting and street sweeping, needs to improve, and the street sweeping side dramatically. Thank you.
Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just briefly and concur with what's been spoken so far. In my view, the report's good as far as it goes. Certainly good enough to spark a bunch of questions and a bunch of conversation around this table. But there's a hell of a lot, there is a lot more potential within this space to communicate to us as council and to communicate to the community. We've heard from officers, the data, the information's there. Make it visible. It would cut out a huge amount of angst in the community if they could see what's happening when or what has happened when, if an issue's been logged already, etc. So I'd really like to see us have more information about when, where, what, and sharing that out with the community. The other thing that does concern me a bit here is I can understand the appeal of having a big slushable budget that allows you to kind of do a whole lot of this or a whole lot of that. When you look across these kind of really distinct domains, like footpaths and drains and sweeping and lights, and the community has very specific concerns in each of those areas, and we're in a position where we can't really provide surety to the community around even what the budget is there, because, well, it might get, pardon the pun, get swept away into something else, or drained away into something else. Like, we're ending up in a really poor position as representatives of the community without that visibility. So I'm saying at this point, I have a really strong expectation, Chair, and way that this next report cycle really does lift the visibility and quality of information coming into council. I heard from Bryce that he's intending at year end to have a first crack at that, and I really look forward to seeing that. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Meehan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll have some comment. No, I don't want a question. Just following up what's been said, and once again, it's not a shot at the officers, it's what they've been left with, the way I see it. But my real issue was, a particular person I had a call from, I asked if they could put their complaint on email to me. It was the easiest way to forward it straight on, and she commented she'd have to go and see her neighbour, because she doesn't have a computer, she doesn't do emails. And this is the reality of what we have in our city. People don't use Facebook or computers even, okay? So our communication needs to be a little bit better. Another question I was asked was, are my rates less because my street doesn't get swept? How do I answer that? Because we know they're not. So, I mean, people need to be on an even playing field. And if there's a situation where we haven't got the capacity to sweep every street and some streets are prioritised, there needs to be better publicity around that, and people need to understand and know what their process is for getting heard. Because another comment is they don't want to be seen as a complainer or a moaner. They don't want to moan. So we need to understand how they get let know that you have to moan. You have to ring up and moan or it don't get done. Yeah, and like I say, not a shot at Bryce or anybody else. I understand the situation they're in, but we need to look at cleaning the whole act up a little bit better.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Dennison.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just see this as a little bit of deja vu and history repeating itself. And if you do the same things expecting a different result, I think there's something wrong. And right here, I think we've got something wrong, because I remember last year having reports that council had our own truck up trying to catch up with the leaves, and it's no surprise when the leaves fall, it's in the change of season, and we haven't planned for it again. And I think it's just an expectation from our community to have a level of service to get around the streets in good time, and not just to kind of provide the added service when there's a surge, because actually now it's reasonable to expect the surge. And I remember having these type of comments last time, so it's a little frustrating when core service delivery is not been addressed with a request to us for increased budget or increased services. So I'm just reflecting a frustration and finding out that you get an email saying your street's not cleaned. And even at last night's meeting, some gentleman coming up to me are saying my light bulb's not changed on the street, which I made a note to email in. and then find that he's saying that he's got told, oh, it's Powerco, and the same thing, exactly what you said, Mr. Mayor, I just heard last night, and we shouldn't be having these sort of conversations with our residents. It should be business as usual. We should be doing this well. It's what we do. And we've done it for 100 years, and I can't believe we're making a mess of it with our contracting or expectations around levels of service around it. So it's said now. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Finally, Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, councillors. I know the conversation's been had privately between a number of councillors around whether or not this is a provision that needs to be managed through a contract, so I thought it's worth voicing in the chamber and seeing what people think. But I'm of the view that street sweeping is a core element of council business, and I'd be very interested, if we're about to triple our budget with Fulton Hogan to develop this, whether or not, given this aligns with the LTP cycle, we purchase 2 street sweeping trucks and hire 2 people to run them as an in-house capacity. It seems odd that we're contracting out such a small and niche service, and we're still not getting the results we're delivering. I'd be very interested in the very least some analysis of whether or not it would cost us more just to do it ourselves, and if so, look at doing that and funding that through the LTP, because if we're getting persistent under delivery on the contract, then just throwing more money in perhaps isn't the right solution. At what point do we have another think about whether this should be a service we offer ourselves? Because I would have thought, I appreciate that doing the full road maintenance is a very costly exercise, and the capital required to purchase all the vehicles and equipment to do that would be too much. But as a small element of this contract, looking at a couple of vehicles and a couple of staff members, I'd be certainly, as an individual councillor, very interested in seeing whether we could just offer this service ourselves.
Okay, thank you for those thoughts. Right, we'll now look to the recommendation and look on the recommendation. That's passed with 15 votes for and none against. Right, Bryce, we're just going to put on hold for a minute. Do you mind being put on hold? And we're just going to do a little jiggle on the old agenda and move to item 17 and 18. So we'll start with 17 first, just to accommodate a person in the chamber. Thank you. So starting with item 17, which is on page 243. Thank you. Handing over to you, Gabrielle.
Kia ora koutou, councillors. Thank you so much for being accommodating to the changing of the item orders. We are hosting the High Commissioner of India very shortly, hence the request. So, as Jerry Sherman mentioned earlier this morning, there is a great news to be shared. PNCC has been awarded $15,000 or 25,000 New Zealand dollars from the US Embassy's Public Diplomacy Grant. The purpose of this funding is to foster cross-cultural connections between US and New Zealand, and in this case, our sister city relationship between Missoula and Palmerston North. This is for this quarter, and of course, depending on the amount of engagement we have and the relevancy of our activities with this grant category, we can continue to apply in the next quarter and the years to come. So for this current funding round, our plan is to use that on bringing a small delegation of Salish representative from Missoula to come and attend the BOMA Agri Summit in June. The Salish representative will be co-presenting on the food security and food harvesting and sustainability practicing alongside of our Maori representative over here, particularly with Rangitane Iwi representative. So that's the first great news. Secondly, coming back to the 6-monthly activities report, as you have noticed, the period covered is the last quarter of 2023 and the first quarter of 2024. So first of all, we have been very focused on the anniversaries at hand. So we have been celebrating the 5th anniversary of Sister City relationship with Mihara, and we have reported on a series of activities here in the report. We have also focused on the 30th anniversary of Friendship City relationship with Kunshan, China, and also therefore organized a range of activities with them. Kunshan is in discussion and planning for sending a delegation to Palmerston North to briefly attend the Burma Agri Summit in June, but also to explore business opportunities with Palmerston North in June. And this delegation will be confirmed by the 10th of May in a couple of weeks' time. As I also just mentioned, we have been taking in feedback or requests from our local communities. Therefore, we have been engaging with the diplomatic corps accordingly. So today we are hosting the High Commissioner of India, and in a couple of weeks' time we'll be hosting the High Commissioner from Australia. We have also been supporting the agritech and Manoatech as the emerging sector in the city, and we have identified this opportunity from engaging with our local communities with CEDA, but also reading from the global trend to focus on agriculture and food security around the world. It is an opportunity that our city can offer and can do it really well. And last but not least, as the city engages in more diplomatic activities, our reputation is promoted widely on the international marketplace. This results in even more invitations to overseas visits, some partially sponsored or fully sponsored, and some come in rather short notice as well. So we are in the process of developing an evaluation of effectiveness and relevancies of these invitations as they come in before presenting the most relevant and effective invitations further up the chain. So with that, I take the report as read and happy to answer any question.
Thank you, Gabrielle. Just on your last point about the invitation, so do you know many that are going to come forward, like in terms of going forward, how many more invitations are going to come forward from overseas?
So unfortunately, I do not have a prediction of where the invitations can come from. So we have the regular invitations, for example, to Guiyang's Big Data Expo and the Global Guiyang Eco Forum. So those two come in either annually or biannually, depending on their ability to organize. And then just last month, we received an invitation out of the blue from Vietnam after the visit from the Vietnamese Prime Minister for our city to come and attend a conference in Ho Chi Minh City in May. Which unfortunately we had to decline this time. The invitation did offer to cover accommodation and local transport for the delegation. And then another invitation has just come in this week for Palmerston North to attend the 64, please don't quote me on the number here, but it is the China International Sister City Conference in Kunming, China in November this year. And so that invitation is now currently being processed.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Councillor Naylor. Oh, sorry, before you, David wants to.
Just briefly through you, Madam Chair, just want to alert the committee that's been working with Gabriella and Wade, the Chief Executive, on a process for the way in which we receive invitations, and then providing advice through to the Chief Executive and the Mayor's Office about how those are prioritised relative to the I guess the direction that's provided in plans and strategies regarding our international relations function. So as you've heard from Gabrielle, there's a lot of invitations, and we need to make sure that we're targeting our resources appropriately.
Thank you. Councillor Naylor.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the report. The report identifies a massive amount of engagement and activities. I'm just wondering, are you able to identify any specific outcomes as a result of this engagement?
Through the chair, we have reported on a number of specific outcomes from the engagements of diplomatic activities for the city. As you know, our role is to make connection. One of the examples that I can give you right now is that after our delegation visit to Kunshan earlier this year, we had the opportunity to present to the East China Center of Agricultural Science and Technology, and that is resulting in a desire to collaborate with Food HQ and the entire food sector, agri-tech sector in our city. And at the moment, as of yesterday, Victoria Hatton from Food HQ was meeting with the center, and they were discussing the possibility of signing an MOU of collaboration. The setting date for the signing of the MOU is June. But as I said, this is a result from our delegation visit and the connection that we made, but we do not hold their hands and force them to sign the collaboration.
Just to follow on, is an MOU considered an outcome?
I think usually organizations don't sign MOU if they don't see any values in it for them. And we are talking about a host of stakeholders involved in such MOU, and Food HQ has just been selected to be the conduit to sign on their behalf.
Okay, I guess I'm not sure if this question is for you or for the manager, but going forward, would we be expecting to have outcomes in this report, or just simply a report on activity?
Through you, Madam Chair. So certainly as part of the next LTP, we can, if the committee of the council is looking for more quantifiable measures, we can look at those. What I would say is, much like economic development, international relations is an activity that is a long game. So we had, earlier this morning, we heard from CEDA, and, as a parallel example, we didn't hear from Bobby and Jerry a list of the 30 new businesses that have appeared in Palmerston North as a direct result of their activities over the last 12 months. What we heard was a range of activities across a broad portfolio which are seeking to deliver on long-term objectives. So the international relations function has civic, cultural and economic development objectives. I think the report that Gabrielle and the team have pulled together includes a range of activities across those. If the committee council is keen to see more quantifiable indicators, then we can certainly look at those. What I would say though, again, is it is a long game. It's about partnerships, it's about relationships, it's about connections, and a lot of those opportunities play out over a long period of time. Much the same as our big economic development opportunities like Te Utanganui and those sorts of things play out over a long period of time.
Thanks.
Councillor Johnson.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Gabrielle, this report is a kind of a retrospective. We have asked for a plan going forward, a prospective report. When could we expect that?
As through the chair, as indicated in the next step of the report, the annual plan is proposed for the next financial year, and it will be presented to council in June.
Okay, so we asked for this, if not the last time you presented, then possibly the time before. So why is it taking so long to just tell us a going forward plan?
David wants to speak.
Again, through you, Madam Chair, it's been an incredibly busy time for the first quarter of this year and the tail end of last year for the international relations team. I think that can be demonstrated in the report. There's been really good progress made on the annual report. Having looked at it, I think it was potentially ready to come to this committee. However, in having a conversation with Gabrielle, I was expecting to see some more detail in terms of the nature of the questions and comments that have been occurred regularly around this function. So it will be brought to as Gabrielle said, the next committee prior to the next financial year.
So that's a prospective report, not a retrospective report.
That's a looking forward report for next financial year, an annual plan. Yes,
and that will be brought to
the June meeting.
The June Economic Growth Committee. So earlier this year, I mean, it's been an incredibly busy start to the year for the team after the this decision late last year to do the delegation through January and into February, and then Gabrielle's also had some leave in amongst that as well.
Okay.
Thank you. That's all the questions that we've got. So thank you very much, Gabrielle. I'll look to move that recommendation, seconded by Councillor Wood. The committee note the progress on the international relations and education activities over the past 6 months, contributing to the economic development plan and innovation and growing in city strategy. Thank you. And I do acknowledge the work that has been done by Gabrielle and her team over the last 6 months. So thank you very much for all the work that you have done. Really appreciate it. And we will look to comment. Councillor Naylor.
Thank you. I did have a good read of this report, and I must admit, as indicated in my questions, there's an awful lot of activity described in this report, but what I was really looking for was to see if that activity actually had any corresponding outcomes that would benefit our community. And having sat around this table for about 7.5 years now, I've been told that this is a long game, and we've invested more and more money, more and more elected member and staff time into this activity. And I don't consider signing another MOU or organising another trip or hosting another delegation as actually outcomes of this investment. I describe that as additional activity. I'm a bit disappointed. This is not where I would like to see it going. I'm pleased to hear about the evaluation tool of being able to measure effectiveness and relevancy for when activity is posed. I'm also definitely interested in some more quantifiable measures and outcomes to be a part of this report going forward.
The Mayor.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks to Gabrielle and KC and David that oversees this work. Look, I'll just have to push back on some of the commentary. We cannot, if we don't like things, that's fine, but we need to be honest and if we understand everything. If you understand international relations, MOUs are part of getting the business done, and that is an outcome that leads to actions. So I just point councillors to, and I know it's the next report, but actually is linked to this work, and it has a list of outcomes, and some of them include getting dairy companies involved with our sister city. They involve an MOU, which will mean jobs, mean more work around research and science. They are outcomes. And we can sit here and be negative and negative and negative. I was at a conference yesterday where Palmerston North City is being mentioned in the same breath as Christchurch and others, Auckland, Wellington, along some of our real strengths around logistics, our distribution aspects, but also our science and research here. And that just doesn't happen by not doing anything. And I realise in the past sometimes things haven't been done. But the majority of this council in the past has wanted to do this work. So there's plenty of outcomes, and we'll come to that in the next report. But I'm getting a little bit tired of no outcomes, no outcomes, no outcomes. But I think the staff do realise that there does need to perhaps be in black and white what may happen from something, whether it's 25 new international students that attend IPU, or we fill up the roster for nurse training at UCOL, or we encourage extra international money developed with New Zealand Pharmaceuticals, or we're helping Sign Derby with their truck investment at Malden Street. All of that is international relations. So please, don't chase shadows in this work. And it is really good work. The staff do a heck of a lot of hard work. It supports a lot of our key sectors. And yes, I know that sometimes it can be hard to see the finish line. But absolutely, there's good work going on here. And I would like it recognised at times. Thank you.
Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to acknowledge and appreciate the quality and extent of this report. I don't know if it is a big lift in the amount of activity that's in there or just a big lift in the visibility of what's going on in this space, but I found the report to be really comprehensive and informative, and greatly appreciate the work that has gone into that. I think, it's certainly enough to dispel any myths about whether or not much is happening in this space. And I think, as the last two speakers have demonstrated, there's still plenty of appetite to debate the value of what's happening there. But we can be well assured as a community that a lot is being pursued in this space, and really just wanted to appreciate the quality of reporting that's come through here. I think it's given me a good level of awareness and appreciation for what's happening. Thank you.
Councillor Johnson.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I just wanted to comment on the need for elected members to see what is planned in this area, because the vibe is that, invitations are coming in regularly, and often reports come here asking for permission to travel for different staff members or elected members on very little notice, sometimes after the in principle agreement has been made that we would attend, and so we're effectively just rubber stamping it. I would really like to see a plan going forward, and we have asked for this repeatedly. And I think if we had a plan going forward with what we intended to do over the next 12 months, what the intended outcomes were, and I do think it is important that we have good answers for the community about why we're investing money in international relations. And it's not enough for us to point to delegations and elected members and staff going overseas. We need tangible things that we can justify when we've got members of the public putting pressure on us around rates increases and all the rest of it, rightly so. We need to be able to answer them. And it's not the first time that some of us have asked for more specific, tangible outcomes to be in the report, for a plan going forward to be in the report. It's not that we're opposed to international relations, and I know the Mayor feels a bit defensive about it because it's an area that's important to him. I understand that. It's not that we're opposed to international relations. It's that we need to be able to demonstrate the value of the investment to our community. That's what we need. So if we want to be funding international relations going forward, we need that information to elected members so that we can justify it to the community. That's what it's about.
Councillor Hancock.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. And I actually endorse the comments made by the Mayor. In fact, he's probably articulated all of the, the benefits of this far better than I can. I guess that the report for me really articulates a large amount of work that actually goes into this area. And there are some benefits which are actually articulated in the report. Student study visits with introduction to tertiary studies here in Palmerston North, the Festival of Cultures, a large delegation of people actually attended that from outside of Palmerston North, and of course we've got the upcoming E Tipu conference, which of course will bring delegations to Palmerston North. So quite clearly the report does articulate what it is that the benefits that we're actually getting. So I think we need to be very careful about saying that we're not actually getting things documented correctly. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Micklard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I just want to thank the staff for the work that they've done on this. I think this was a good report. I'm not sure if I'm reading a different report, because every time I read an international relations report and I'm hearing about outcomes, and I'm like, I mean, it's clearly stated in this report. I'm not sure if I'm reading a different report. Number one, international cooperation. This is what we do. That's what international relations is all about, making connections around the world, building relationships and partnerships, selling ourselves to the world, making connections to the world. We've got a food and dairy industry in Palmerston North. We've got education, for example, in Palmerston North. We need to promote those. We've got IPU, for example. We've got a lot of students that are coming from overseas, and also secondary students. I was a secondary student once, and I've seen a lot of international students coming to Palmerston North. All of those are built into this. And I looked at Messi's international relations strategy is very much akin to attracting more people to actually study here in Palmerston North. This is also an opportunity to build economic development, to build attraction to the world, to sell ourselves to the world. We're not Queenstown with the lakes or tourism activities, but we can definitely leverage on our strength, which is education, farming sector, health sector. When I walk through the hospital, the amount of foreigners that have looked into that as well, that are actually servicing the economy or local economy, comes from these international relations. We look at transnational education, for example, is something that's been promoted in this. And I've seen the mayor hugging some kids in here, and they've got and it says here that the school is part of a pilot. The school is part of a pilot to what for student exchange. I'm not sure what sort of outcomes we're looking for. Seriously, I'm not sure if I'm reading the same report. These are the outcomes that we have. Knowledge sharing among cities. And I'm reading the report and I'm seeing here that this is what's happening at the moment as well. And Councillor Hancock mentioned about the Festival of Cultures. This doesn't just happen in a vacuum. We don't just get a number of delegates from different countries to come into Palmerston North, of all the cities, because we don't do anything. It all comes from the international relations. It all comes from these activities that are happening within the international relations activities that we're doing here. So instead of us bashing staff and that sort of thing and saying, well, I'm seeing outcomes here. Maybe, it should be probably clearly articulated, maybe, but when we read between the lines, these are the things that international relations are supposed to do. So I'll just leave it there.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't heard any bashing of staff here today, but I just want to raise that as a point of order, because I'm concerned of the implication of what the member is saying.
Thank you for doing that. Right, Councillor McLeod, you've got about a minute left. What do you want me to do? Okay. Councillor, you need to apologise. Sorry, Councillor, can you wait? You wait? Councillor, you need to apologise for what you said.
Madam Chair, I retract it. Maybe the choice of word was not good. But every time I sit on this table, for example, I'm hearing the same thing coming up. And it's getting quite frustrating for me personally because the outcomes are clearly...
So could you apologise?
I did retract on my comments.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, sure. I thought I had another minute left in it.
Mhm.
All right, cool. But I'll leave it there.
Okay, councillor Arnott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was going to say I agreed with the last three comments, but maybe the last, not the last one. Anyway, I think international relations is a fantastic way for the city to move forward, and we hear time and time again about how we need to find extra revenue streams, and who knows, you know, wouldn't it be wonderful if we could whack something together? Good things take time, people. Thank you.
And finally, councillor Fitzgerald.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yes, I suppose in the 18 months that I've been a city councillor, this topic has come up time and time again, and it's landed me with the view that the outcomes that are being sought by my same colleagues every time this comes up, they actually don't exist. Because I think those outcomes look like if we spend $1 supporting international travel, then we expect $1.20 back. And unless we get that $1.20 back, then we're going to be saying the same thing over and over again. I think if we're going to look at all of our programs and projects and expect that same type of outcome, then we need to consider all the projects that not 100% of our communities get a benefit from or participate in, to be able to say that we expect the same outcome across international travel. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Sorry, finally, councillor Bowen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had been in the queue for a little while. I just wanted to comment, because I think we keep having the same conversation in this space, and I've certainly been one of those who's asked for more information about this. I think I really appreciated the amount of detail that was provided in this report, and I think others have commented accurately that we're starting to see outcomes come through, which supports the position that's been described as international relations being a long game. I think we're in danger, though, of some confused language about the difference between activities and outputs and outcomes. And this report heavily focuses on activities, because that's where all of this has to start. And if those activities take place, then there will be outputs, and we're starting to see those come through, and they will in turn lead to the outcomes that we're seeking for our community. And possibly in agreement with Councillor Fitzgerald, I don't expect those outcomes will all be financial. There'll be tangible and intangible outcomes that come from this kind of activity. I think it's fair to expect that some of them will be financial, because there is a financial element to the input to that. But as we step forward in this space and looking to see those future reports coming, I think it'll be helpful to identify the activity reporting element, the output reporting element, and then the outcomes that we're seeking in terms of the strategic direction of this work and how that's landing in our community. So happy to support receiving the report. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor. Well, now no more comments. We'll now look to vote. That's passed with 12 votes for and 1 abstention. Thank you. Gabrielle, we'll just look to the other item, which is item number 18, page 283. I'm actually not sure who's speaking to this. Who's taking the lead role, Chris?
Yeah, kia ora, everyone. It's with great pleasure that we're sitting here to report back on, and this is particularly the infrastructure elements of our trip to China and Japan earlier in the year. I just want to introduce Beth Parkin, who is part of the delegation. Beth is the group leader for water for the Lower North Island for Stantec, and it was really great that Stantec supported the trip by letting Beth come along with us. She made a huge contribution, so we were very thankful for her being there. What we've done, we're happy to sort of take questions. I think the report is reasonably comprehensive in outlining what we did and saw. We've got a presentation just to help go through some of the key points of things that we saw and some of the lessons that we'd learnt that we think we can bring back to the city. So on that note, maybe we'll just get into it.
Okay, kia ora koutou. Thank you, councillors and Madam Chair. First of all, just before we start, I don't know whether to apologise or celebrate for my choice of tie today, but I do feel that I've been stitched up a little because the Mayor and Mr Dyberg also received ties, and I was told we all had to wear them today. But anyway,
sorry, mate, I completely forgot.
Stitched up, yeah. So what we're going to do is we're just going to pick out some of the highlights from. We'll take the report as read. We'll pick out some of the highlights on the up there, and Beth's actually going to talk to us about the first couple of elements, which was around the city. So over to you, Beth.
Thank you, Mike. Kia ora koutou, everyone. My pleasure to be invited to speak to you all today. So one of the highlights personally for me on this trip was the visit to Kunshan. So Kunshan is about an hour and a half to the west of Shanghai, and it's a relatively new city that's been developed as new development moves out of Shanghai, and it's a hub of research and development. Being a relatively new city, they took a great opportunity to look at how they plan their city better. It's built on a floodplain around several rivers, and they have opted to, across their entire city, integrate those rivers and integrate green infrastructure into that to manage that water flow and manage that flooding. So there's some pictures in the report in a bit more detail, but up on the screen there's a couple of examples of a forest park, which is 166 hectares, that's built around a river. It's an amazing amenity for the community, but it also has lots of engineering built into that to manage the floods. So there's an amphitheatre up there. It's used, by people, not so many at the moment because it was about 1 degree when we were there and everyone was in the cafe. But in summer, that's a great amphitheatre. People gather, they have music. When it rains, it doubles up as a soak in a storage basin. To the left, you've got one of the beautiful ponds. There's a whole integrated pond system. This takes the stormwater, goes through the network of ponds and sediments settle out, all the nasties, but it's also got control gates on the different ponds to buffer that flooding again and allowing for storage. So great amenity, but also, that flood protection in a way that it's not relying on massive stormwater pump stations and ongoing sort of infrastructure costs. And as I mentioned, they've done this across the whole city. So picture to the right, is it's just an example of what the cityscape looks like. You can see lots of green, rain gardens. They utilise permeable paving, which is a paving that allows the water to sort of slowly soak into the ground. And they also have a testing station. So on the left, that's just an example from one of their test areas. They've worked with some Australian companies and to, trial things to make sure that when they actually start implementing these across the city, that they work. So it was really exciting because it wasn't just a one-off discrete project. The whole city had been built around this premise of the sponge city and managing water in as natural a way as possible. So Mike's just going to cover off how this might be applicable to Palmerston North.
Yeah, thanks, Beth. So what we was encouraged about when we was there is that Palmerston North is already embracing the sponge city concept in some of our new growth areas and some of our infill areas. We're well on the way to designing rain gardens, wetland, green infrastructure in our growth areas. And what we're keen to do is link up with some of our colleagues in Australia, who Beth mentioned, just to see how we might maximise that sponge city concept into the ongoing landscape of Palmerston North. So yeah, we thought there was lots of encouraging signs for us to go forward with that. We also visited quite a few wastewater treatment plants, as you'd expect, while we were there. A couple of key learnings for us, and I think you may have heard the Mayor refer to this on numerous occasions, is that they don't actually refer to the wastewater as wastewater, that they're constantly calling the plants water reclamation or water reuse or water recycling, and they generally celebrate the fact that they're creating a viable product at the end of that process. What we did see, we saw that the primary and secondary treatment processes are very similar to what we do in New Zealand. The whole biological nutrient removal is a big thing. But the other thing we noticed was there wasn't a great deal of tertiary treatment going on. It was fairly standard process for the tertiary treatment. We saw a couple of examples of UV treatment, but surprisingly, the final water was treated with chlorine. And the reason we've put that picture on the screen for you to see there is to the far right, you'll see a discharge flowing into the river that runs through the middle of the city, and that's a wastewater treatment, or the reclaimed water, or the what else would we call the reused water going back into the river. You know, it's not hidden, it's not, they're not ashamed of it, they celebrate the fact that they've cleaned up what was a waste product now, and it's going back into the environment. So we saw numerous examples of that throughout our tour. We went to try and find out how we might investigate adaptive management. And some of the reuse options that we saw was to integrate some of the resource water into parks, gardens, small lakes, features. What you're looking at there, it's hard to see, but what you're looking at there is a wastewater treatment plant that's actually been built underground. That's the cityscape that you can see in the background, and there is actually a wastewater treatment plant underneath that. So that's kind of a good example of how they integrate into the streetscape. The Nishino plant that we went to, the water purification plant, the main reason for showing you this photograph is just to show you how they celebrate. So you'll see the picture on the left there is some ornate manhole covers, and they're dotted about the city, and they actually, they actually encourage the public through education to identify these manholes so that they can actually see and celebrate the improvement they've made in the environment. The last plant we went to, and you can see a picture of Chris there stood inside that rope circle, was the Tsunamachi plant in Tokyo, and that rope circle is the size of the inlet pipe to the plant, so it's quite huge. It's a multi-million population. They do all the primary and the secondary treatment that I mentioned, but even a plant of that size and of that advancement, they're only now starting to look into the kind of things that we're talking about doing with nature calls, and that's a really high level final treatment to get that real pure water. Some of the considerations. I've gone on the slide there, that even with a slightly lower level of treatment, they still consider the final product as a resource, not as a waste product. They have a very high level of public education, and they celebrate the work to improve the environmental conditions. Sort of another aspect which is a big challenge for us going forward is how we handle biosolids. You'll be aware of that through some of the reports to Nature Calls. And what we saw on our trip was that the primary disposal mechanism, both in China and Japan, was through incineration. So they have some very large and very complex and very modern fluidized bed incineration processes, and that's detailed in the report a little bit. So they typically take the biosolids, dewater them up to about 30% solids, and then treat them as a solid waste, mix it with curbside collection, and send it off to incineration plants. And you can see the picture on the left there is a really modern example of that. If you, I don't know how clear it is, but if you kind of zoom in a wee bit, you can see the furnaces burning there, and you can see all the information on the large screens. The byproduct from that process is fly ash, and invariably we saw that they had a beneficial reuse for that product. That was turning it into bricks. In fact, I don't know if we can go back a slide or two. All those bricks that Chris has stood on there is made from a byproduct of the ash from the sludge incineration process. And they also used it for a little bit of land reclamation as well. Trade waste treatment. Interestingly, in Mihara, only about 50% of the population was connected to the wastewater treatment plant. The other 50% had their waste collected from septic on-site treatment systems by those little tankers that you can see, and that was taken along with the industrial trade waste to a dedicated facility where that trade waste was treated. And again, the byproduct from that was a highly dewatered sludge process that was taken to a combined incineration plant. Some of the considerations we've got noted there was incineration rather than landfill is a widely preferred method for disposal. They have very strict environmental monitoring conditions for the release to the atmosphere, so they scrub and they test. And then the byproduct, which is only about 1%, so fly ash makes up about 1% of the total incinerated product, and that's then taken away and reused in concrete or bricks or land reclamation. And one big takeaway that we got was that they have every single plant, every single site of infrastructure site that we went to, they have live dashboard monitoring for compliance and performance of that site, and you can see that picture again there. Everywhere we went was big on data utilization to drive the process. In the interest of time, we've just kind of highlighted that we did visit many plants while we were there. It was a very busy trip. We went to water treatment, we went to recycling centres. I've already mentioned we visited fluidised bed incineration plants. We had a trip to the fire station, so all kinds of things, stormwater pump stations, and a really interesting program about realigning the river after some major floods to try and prevent a repeat of that. So that's kind of a real high level, real brief overview of what we did from the infrastructure side. And I guess unless Gabrielle's got anything to say on the rest of the trip, we're more than happy to take questions.
Thank you. Right, opening that up, and we've got Councillor Zabellin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thank you, everyone. I was interested in the Sponge City in Kunshan, the pervious footpaths, and what sort of surfacing was that like, whether that is presenting any issues for mobility impaired citizens, or is it just, how is it pervious?
So I don't know how familiar you are with how concrete or asphalt is formed, but they remove some of the fines of that. So it's a very similar surface to a normal footpath. It's just slightly more granular in nature. So it's a solid. Yeah, there's no excess issues. In fact, there would be examples in Wellington, for example, that I could point out to you.
Great, that was my next question. Is there existing technology to pursue that sort of thing here?
Yes, we do already do some of that in New Zealand.
Right. Thank you. And my other questions were about our biosolid strategy, but you did touch on that a bit. So incineration is the primary method of dealing with biosolids. That doesn't seem like something we could necessarily take and run with here?
Yeah, that is a tricky one, because you need that economy of scale to make that kind of thing work. There is an example, Dunedin City Council run a fluidised bed incineration plant, so it could work. It hasn't up to this point been part of our considerations for nature calls, but it is certainly, there's no reason why we can't sort of include it in our thought process.
And were there any other learnings that we can take on for developing our biosolid strategy aside from that?
I think the biggest learning for me was that they've clearly done some learning and research in this space and landed on that as as a process that is universally accepted in both China and Japan. And we didn't see any examples of any other biosolids disposal methods. We didn't see composting, we didn't see landfilling, for example. Everywhere we went, we just saw this one process.
Yeah, I think probably it's almost like a cultural difference when you look at the New Zealand and say China and Japan, where it was interesting. We talked about particularly just rubbish disposal generally, and we talked about having landfills, and the reaction we got was just horror. How could you possibly just go and bury that stuff? Why wouldn't you incinerate it? And when you look at the plants and you look at the figures, because of the technology that's available in terms of scrubbing everything, so what's going out of the plants is our plant is fine. And you can do cogeneration and other things and other benefits from what you're getting out of the plant. You can see the point. The question is whether you could get the New Zealand psyche to take that leap to say, actually, this is a real viable option rather than burying things under the ground.
And so we've heard from the waste assessment, for example, just seeing if any of that's transferable. There was talk about scaling up to a regional level and trying to get more efficiencies that way. Is that something potentially, if we didn't have the sufficient mass here, that if we were looking at exploring that, could that be extrapolated onto a regional basis, or is that still not really enough critical mass?
I would respond to that and say certainly a regional solution is the answer. What that solution is would need a bit more work.
Great, thank you very much. Thanks.
Councillor Hancock.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair, and look, thank you very much. I found the report really informative. My question is really just around Kunshan and the 166 hectare River Park project, which is there to, I guess, manage flood events. Have we given any preliminary thought to the scale of what that might look like, say, for example, for Palmerston North? Like, obviously, there's some differences in terms of population.
Yeah, I think I referred to early in the report that our planning for growth, so Sakaka Tangata, for example, there is definitely plans for a scaled down version of that for a smaller population, but certainly in introducing that green infrastructure into those plans. Whakarango attenuation pond is another example of where we're introducing this green infrastructure to attenuate stormwater flooding events. So yeah, we are considering it.
Great, thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor Johnson.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Mike, just in terms of some of the examples you saw of the use of biosolids and incineration and then making products from those solids, presumably that would not be acceptable to Maori in New Zealand, that reuse of effectively human waste into products that are then used for building. Is that correct? Is my understanding correct in that?
I think Chris referred to that when he talked about the cultural differences between the two countries or three countries. Chris, have you got a comment on that?
Yeah, look, I think that's absolutely consideration that you'd have to work through. I guess there's two things here. First of all is the getting over the concept of actually incinerating your waste as opposed to burying it or other things. And I think when we're talking about biosolids strategies, it's hard to see that just biosolids on themselves would give you enough scale. But if you combine it with an overall disposal strategy across rubbish as well, then maybe it becomes more practical. So that you've got that one, and then it's actually then I think you've got to do the other one. So there is a byproduct from that, and what are the uses? I guess the fly ash is a valuable product, for particularly for concrete, and it may well be that maybe there could be certain uses for it which would be culturally acceptable and other ones that wouldn't. So I think it's. But again, I think the first hurdle's the harder one. It's the second hurdle. If you could manage the first one, I think we could manage the second one.
And have we run that by Rangatane, for instance, to see what their response was to that?
Well, we haven't. No. And we don't, as Mike said, we don't have incineration as part of our sludge management plan at the moment. So if that was going to be part of the plan, then definitely we would. That's I think one of the things that we'd want to investigate before we sort of really jumped into it.
If I might make a comment, Councillor, through the chair, there are emerging technologies that we're also keeping an eye on too, which is similar to incineration. Processes such as biochar, which use pressure and temperature rather than ignition to change the substance. And that's emerging technology that's coming out of Australia that we're keeping an eye on too. So there may be other options for us to consider.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I'm conscious of time, Councillor. Is it really important? Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's a very important question. Do we have a sense of, in terms of incineration of biosolids, in terms of the carbon footprint, say, between that and what we currently do? Do we actually understand that? Or do they understand that?
I think they do. I think because of the technology that goes into it in terms of scrubbing the output from it is, I think it is actually quite climate friendly. So if you go back and look at, if you just burnt it, really, say, and did nothing else, then it wouldn't be. But it's actually the technology goes into the scrubbing is the really important thing. So you're taking out the toxins, you're taking out the carbon. So, you know, effectively what's going out is sort of water vapor effectively. More than, you know, I mean, I'm probably simplifying it, but what I'm saying is the technology is there to deal with it. How cost effective that is another question.
Thank you very much for that. Appreciate that. And we're going to look to the recommendation. So thank you very much, Councillor.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Looking to move this recommendation, seconded by Councillor Wood. I am conscious of time and our joint agenda. We have got a lot on it still to finish for the afternoon. So thank you very much for doing that report, and I'm glad that the trip was so successful. So thank you very much. The Mayor wants to speak.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. I realise that I'm standing between you and lunch, so I'll make it real brief. Look, it was a really busy trip. Just want to acknowledge the team and you know, 70 plus meetings that or site visits, events that were held. They probably underplayed, the team there probably underplayed the 15 significant site visits they made to plants, and I was on a couple of them, but the team sort of broke into two groups. The infrastructure and engineers, and then the civic side, which did more of the educational and city business stuff. But look, there was so much to be gained out of Kunshan. I think that was probably the highlight for us, in understanding how you could get a mini Central Park, if you could imagine that, where they had the opportunity to plan using stormwater as a recreation resource. And I could just see Kakitangiata being established like this, where a man-made wetlands, and you know, where you'd have control gates, you'd have some testing areas, and you could do something with stormwater that was really, really positive. And look, I think the team explained all the different parts really, really well. Public education, there was so much public education. And they keep talking about it as a resource, recycling, reclaimed, etc., etc. So I think we got a lot out of that. Look, some of the, you know, before we talked about outcomes and actions, and I think on pages 305 to 307 show a lot of those, and just want to highlight a couple that, you know, that have been achieved. The school, the primary school exchanges with Guiyang, that's part achieved. Getting another tier one construction company, which actually works internationally, to come to New Zealand. That connection has been made with the government and that organisation. In Kunshan, I think a lot was done around the business side there, agri-tech. That's been achieved around a delegation coming here. Also the East China Agricultural Science and Technology Centre and Food HQ, that's been achieved. The dairy industry opportunity has been achieved. Palmerston Girls High and Boys High are actually in Kunshan, and we saw evidence of that with students and some memorabilia on the wall. That certainly has been achieved. And back into Japan, working with the Global Academy, that MOU was achieved and signed. and that is leading now to some students going there. The CRI achieved around market research of New Zealand plant and food, inbound tourism opportunities achieved. And look, there's a number of others there, I won't go through them, that have been achieved, but it's the big thing out of that was the water. The water thing was the big thing for us, and just want to understand who invested in the trip as well, and Beth was great in terms of getting the knowledge there as well. So it was very worthwhile. It was blimmin' busy, but it was definitely worthwhile. And the fruits of that for our city will come into the planning of Nature Calls. Thank you.
Thank you. No further comments. We'll look to vote. Thank you. That is passed with votes for and 1 abstention. Thanks everyone. We will now adjourn till